Okay, we have liftoff. Well, as this Monday one hasn't got a title, because we insert the title because we don't know what it's going to be, we can jump over to Team Skeptics and we'll see what's happening over there. So I'll grab that. Okay, we have liftoff. Oh, I'm not muted somewhere. Well, as this Monday one hasn't got... There you go. I don't know why that doesn't stay muted, that one. Where's Team Skeptic? Here we go. See what they're up to.
Light transfers to that film.
While Scott's getting his coffee.
The light transfers to the retina and it shoots down the optic nerve into the brain, and the brain interprets that light and shows you what you're looking at. There's an iris, which is like, and I haven't really studied all the parts of the camera. I don't know if the iris is like the diaphragm or the aperture, but it controls how much light comes in. There's a pupil, which is something similar on the camera, the aperture, the diaphragm. Again, I kind of mixing those up, but I don't mix up obviously the lens. There's a lens in the human eye, and there's a lens in the camera. But the lens in the human eye is much more complex because it's soft, and to focus in on something close, it can contract and then it can expand. It's so incredible how God made that. The reason you can focus in near and far is because that tissue the lens is made of can stretch or compress in order to make it like either like a magnifying glass or like a long distance lens. And then there's the coronoid. I don't know what that is, but again, to make now this is just one little part of the total creation. There's a billion examples of machines and systems: the nervous system, the digestive system, the reproductive system with the male and female counterparts, the skeletal system, the eye, the ear, the audio. Um, you know, we're not talking about a blob. Like if there's a godless universe, we would observe. Now we let's say we could transport ourselves there because I mean obviously we would prove there's a god. But if there was this big bang expansion type of godless universe of random, you'd have like a lava lamp. Maybe you had some material and it would just bubble for all eternity, and it would look like one of them lava lamps. You know, you can't get those anymore. Pretty cool. But that's the best you guys could bring forth in your universe, a lava lamp blob universe. Maybe the blobfish you could find there, but I doubt that too. But you have a blob. You don't have anything like an eye resulting from that because you don't have a builder. A thinking engineer. Okay, I think I have one more to share, and then I'm done. I know I'm putting you guys to sleep, but bear with me. Almost done. Okay, this one is pretty hot because it's gonna kind of. I do believe in a specific God, the Lord Jesus Christ, God who became man and appeared to us as Christ. And I'm gonna prove Christ right now, or give some evidence. Sure. Where's that? Okay. Team, please bring forth this Talmud scripture.
Okay, yeah. That was that's the website, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Let me pull that up for you. Okay, now I assume you're going to be reading from this as well, correct?
Just one quick line, just to.
Okay, give me one
Um,
second to get it up for you. All right, go ahead.
okay. So, can you kind of scroll, oh, man? You know, scroll up a little. Okay, right there, right. Let me just see where's the part. Okay, see where it says on the eve of the Passover, Jesus was hanged. So
Yes.
just give me that second. Okay. So now what I'm reading here is from the Jewish Talmud. They have their own kind of New Testament that they've been writing. They don't just have the Old Testament Bible, Torah, but they have their own writings from rabbis that have started thousands of years ago and come to the present day. It went away, team. I
Oh
can't
yeah,
see
yeah.
it
I'm
now.
sorry. I'm sorry. I was bringing it in on the regular thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So and now a lot of people I noticed lately like to say, "Oh, Jesus never even existed. It's just a myth. There's no other sources that talk about him. Only the Bible, and it was written long after he died, and he's just a fairy tale." Well, guess what, guys? The Jews who were the ones who had him killed wrote about Christ. Okay, someone, and this is from the horse's mouth right now. I'm going to read. Can you make it a little bigger, team? It's okay. I'll read it. Go down. No, smaller. Just go back where it was. There you go. On the eve of the Passover, Jesus was hanged. For 40 days before the execution took place, a herald went forth and cried, "He's going forth to be stoned because he practiced sorcery and enticed Israel to apostasy." Okay, so right here we have an account that is from people who don't like Christ, who probably would love that he, if he could just be put in the category of a fairy tale, but their own, to wipe his reality of his existence from history and from the minds of people. But their own scripture has a record of him. It says that he was hanged, crucified on the cross, and it even says that they accused him of practicing sorcery, like a magician, because he performed miracles. You know, he performed a lot of miracles, man, and they are telling you that too, but they're saying it's magic and sorcery. So you know, I haven't seen the spaghetti monster doing that. I haven't seen Zeus come down and do this. I haven't seen Allah. Allah hasn't come down. He gave Muhammad a book that he read, and then Muhammad tells the story. But Muhammad um, didn't raise anyone from the dead. He didn't claim to be God. He just claimed to be a messenger. You know.
Romana est
But
donum.
here we have
That means
someone
something, Elmings, in
who
Latin.
walked the walk, talked the talk, and walked the walk. So I could keep going, but I'm going to stop it right here.
All right. So you're done, Vlad, with your presentation.
Yes.
All right. Well, while I don't like agree 100% with you, Vlad, I do appreciate your bringing some evidence here. At least gives us something to actually talk about. So
Team,
now
how I agree with 100% of what I just said.
well, it's not my place to debate that tonight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow J.L. Warren to speak for himself. And I've told you guys, I'm only going to interrupt should I feel like you guys are talking over each other tonight. Other than that,
Okay, now,
it's all on you guys, okay?
can I ask JL a question to get started? Two questions, or
Yeah, sure.
I
This
took a
is the
lot.
begin. We're going to just say that this is the beginning of the discussion part, and I'm going to let you begin with it, Vlad, okay? So go ahead.
Okay, so JL, when I showed you the pictures of those gears, can you tell me how was it built?
That's evolution.
That's not good
They
enough.
weren't built. They weren't built. They weren't built. They developed over time, over many millions of years.
What understood how a gear works to build it?
Okay, that will
Because
well. First we got to make sure First we got to make sure we're not making the false equivalency. So that image of that insect, the leafhopper, those aren't actually gears. They look like gears. They fit together because they have teeth like gears, but those aren't actually gears. Gears themselves are two wheels that function, separate from each other. That they work in a system. These are actually more like claspers, and they fit together and they allow the leafhopper to build pressure and then snap so that it can jump. So they look like gears because they have teeth, but they don't actually function like gears. Now, also these gears, they function differently, but this is an organic structure that is a part of the leafhopper's DNA. And so over time, as specific, that's the definition of evolution, the repetition of specific gene alleles over time. So for the leafhopper in its ancestry, and this is how their legs developed. In order to the ones that were able to leap the furthest and had the more defined version of the way these interlocking claspers work in their legs,
not even listening.
were the ones that survived and procreated. And that presentation of their genetics is the one that continued on and presented and got better and better and better as selected by evolutionary pressures, and then so on and so forth. I do need to clarify something real quick, Vlad, because just making sure. So going into this, I would this was a theism versus atheism debate. So I just want to clarify some things before we breach and before we go into new territory. So one, you are saying that you're not just asserting a God, you are asserting the Christian God, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
so you're asserting
both.
the Christian God. Okay, so we're talking about the existence of the Christian God. So I think we should stay away from evolution, because evolution is not how things arrived or how things showed up. Evolution is how life diversified on this planet. It's a demonstrable fact. We've demonstrated in the lab. We've witnessed it in nature. We know that it happens. We have caused it to happen through artificial selection. We have watched it happen through evolutionary pressures and natural selection. So evolution is a demonstrable fact. It's simply how life diversified. It's not how it showed up. Okay, how it showed up is either biogenesis, abiogenesis. There's a number of ways that we hypothesize that life first, that I would say single cellular life first arrived on this planet, or how it showed up on this planet. The current prevailing theory is that natural elements formed together in the correct environment, which was the pressures of the sea with the temperatures at the time. These elements came together and bonded as they naturally do. And then that is where DNA comes from. That's where RNA comes from. And then so forth, the amino acids come forth. And then we have single cellular life. So I say we stay away from evolution, because attacking evolution to prove a God, that's a straw man. So we're just going to avoid that. We're just going to look at God itself. Now, you're asserting the Christian God, and I'm assuming that's you're asserting the omni God, correct? Omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent, correct?
Yeah. Well,
okay, and
he doesn't even know which one.
Okay, so omniscient, all-knowing, omnipresent, all places at once, beginning and ending, alpha, omega.
Yeah,
omnipotent,
which one do you want to pick?
Capable of all things, omnibenevolent, all good. Okay, so there's some problems there. There's some logical problems with the omni God. Case in point, that's how. Okay, so this is how we get to when you asserted that atheists don't like we believe in God, but we hate God. That's a bold assertion. I don't know about other atheists. I can only speak to myself. I can speak to myself that as an atheist, I do not accept the claim that atheism, or I do not accept the claim that theists have met their burden of proof. So when I was born, I was secular, and then I was informed that there was a God by my parents and peers and leaders. And they're the ones that brought it into my life, because I was actually raised and confirmed Methodist. So what led me away was critical thinking and looking at the world and the processes of which we can understand and explain. So the omni God doesn't make any sense. The omniscient God violates the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and therefore...
Gary, why can't you answer the 2 + 2 question, unless you already know the answer, if you've watched my channel long enough to know what the answer is and what that means?
If you break down, if omniscience fails, then omnibenevolence fails, because you can't be omnibenevolent if you are not omniscient. Then there's the Epicurean problem of omnipotence. Can God create a boulder that he can't lift? If there's only one God, then technically that's not omnipotent. Otherwise, it's a paradox. And then, of course...
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, and then, of course, omnipresent, which denotes that God cannot want or desire anything, because want and desire are human conditions, not a condition of a being that is omnipresent, a being that is in all places, all times, and all things, and all variations of all places, all times, given the way we understand quantum mechanics.
I like your avatar, Donkey. That's cute. What's Alan doing up? What time is it over there? 1:42? Alan?
Yep.
What are you doing awake at that time of morning? Or night?
I might have had a bit of a sleep earlier.
Ah, okay then. So you're awake now. You got a cuppa or a cup of tea or something, or?
No, but you know.
Did you bring any bickies or cake or?
I have got some cream cakes in the fridge, but it's a bit bloody late at night for scoffing my face full of cream cakes.
Well, that's midnight.
It's not
snack.
here.
Midnight.
It's not here. It's all. It's 1:45 in the afternoon here. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just watch a bit of Team Skeptics debate, and we can discuss anything that comes up in between for now. Oh, where's that thing for mute?
Okay, what's your first question?
Can you hear that all right out there?
So the first question is
in the peanuts.
So the first question is, what is do you have demonstrable evidence that we can test for the agential causation of a god? That God is the source. That God has agency, and through that agency, He decided to create the universe.
That's too easy to explain.
Because agency implies existence, and existence means it's detectable. So, what do you detect to say that there's a God there? What method do you use to detect this God?
Well, I'm looking at evidence right now. You are evidence.
Oh, Gary.
Thinking engineer.
They'll look at the people, look at the flowers, look at the trees, look at everything that's around us. That's evidence. Yeah. Okay.
You're asserting creation is what you're asserting.
I can demonstrate a mechanic or an engineer creating those gears, or you called it something else that's not quite a gear. It doesn't matter. It's a mechanism. It's two different parts working together for a function. The leafhopper can really jump, man. So I can demonstrate.
So can frogs.
Well,
so, I mean,
let me finish. I can demonstrate how that can be made. How can that come to be? I'll pay an engineer to make it for me. Let me see you demonstrate it your way.
What do you mean to demonstrate it my way? Because we've seen it demonstrated in nature.
That's God's work.
Okay. You assert no. You assert that it's God's work. By what mechanism?
Is that a reference,
by what
Monk?
mechanism do you detect this God? How are you detecting it?
Yeah.
If you imply that it exists, if it has agency, it exists, and if it exists, it can be detected.
I'm going to guess that Monk's being sarcastic.
Yeah, I don't know he's writing it in capitals, so it must be a quote or a reference to something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at the trees is a classic creationist meme, so to speak.
Oh, okay.
But look at, because they claim that everything is created by God, therefore they only have to say, but look at, as their answer.
Oh, to look at, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, look at that.
Well, he started off with the eyes in his opening thing with the camera.
And if you say there's no artist, it just evolved over zillions of years, the wind and the dust and the paint blowing around, and that's how we have these statues and paintings. People are gonna think that you're out of your mind,
Well,
but the other person,
because
you're gonna be out of your mind. You'll be out of your, right?
No, but statues don't form naturally. We know this. But just because a person can create a statue doesn't mean that the world can't form the way it is. That's just a human being making an adjustment to what is already there.
How's he doing?
So what you're assuming? He's simply So Michelangelo takes the stone and he carves the stone into an image, and then he makes the statue of David. So, but just because we see that, just because we observe that, just because we observe agential causation here on Earth, does not imply you missed that. I'm assuming you missed that in my intro. Just because we observe agential causation here this speaks to nothing about the truth of agential causation at the beginning of the universe. Just because you flip a coin 100, just because you flip a coin 100 times. No, this is straight logic. If I flip a coin, let me ask you this: if I flip a coin 100 times in a row, and I get heads every single time, what does that say anything to the truth of me saying the 101st time will be heads? It doesn't, does it?
I don't believe in those kind of statistics. I mean, you're going 1 billion to 1 or zillion to 1. You know that.
No, we can't talk about the odds because we only have a sample size of 1.
A lot of time. You need a lot of time and a lot of tries. More time than there is, and you need more tries than are possible. And you need a bigger.
You mean like 14.8 billion years? Like 14.8 billion years?
Well, how many times would you need to flip a quarter to end up with you? You're like a talking statue. You're living, breathing, speaking.
No, I'm a biological organism that is. I'm a biological organism that is the genetic derivative of my mother and my father.
Oh, okay.
And they were the genetic derivatives of their parents, and so on and so forth. That's why I don't think it's wise to get into evolution, because attacking evolution is a straw man. We're talking about the existence of your God. So
this is like the similar argument with the flat Earth part, where we try to talk about the shape of the Earth, and that it's always brought to the stars or the moon or something else, instead of just the shape of the Earth type conversation.
Well, when it comes to flurfers, they will deny any measurements we make of the ground, and then we say, well, look, you can see that the Earth is a sphere by looking at all these other effects as well, such as star rotations, sunrise, sunset, S&P wave, seismic travel times, and shadowing, and so many other things. We can say, all of these things, really easy to explain how all of these things happen on a Earth that is a almost perfect sphere of the radius that the Earth is, and pretty much impossible to explain all of them if the Earth were a flat plane.
So you say God has agency. Let's go back to it. You say God has agency. Agency implies existence, because the things that have agency exist, and that existence implies detectability. So how are we detecting this God, and how are you detecting it, and why can't I detect it? What methodology are you using here, and how are you differentiating between what is real and what is imaginary?
So if you can't detect something, means it doesn't exist.
Yes, by definition.
That's amazing. So you're like all-knowing? If you can't detect it, it don't exist, huh? That's incredible. That's amazing.
That's the definition. That's the definition of how. That's how we define things that exist. We can detect them. That's a property. Detection is a property of existence.
So, well, would I?
Sorry, Vlad. You're looking at the camera, right? But there's a plant sitting behind you. Okay, does that plant exist for you, or does it only exist for me?
I don't know what you're saying there.
I'm saying that.
What do you mean?
There is a plant sitting behind you.
I think Vlad's logic doesn't mix.
There's a plant sitting behind you. I can see the plant, but you're looking at the camera. You can only see me. You can only see the screen. I can see the plant though. Does that plant cease to exist for you because you're not observing it? No, you've detected that plant before because you're probably the one that put it there. Okay? So yes, existence is tied. That's how we define. It's one of the ways we define existence of what is real is detectability, observability.
my position. You're saying if you can't detect something, it doesn't exist. That's what you're saying.
That's one of the hallmarks of existence.
Yeah.
So
you're all Vlad, literally. Vlad, literally. That is a hallmark. That's a hallmark of how we define existence, is the fact that we can detect it, we can observe it, we can test it, we can demonstrate it.
He couldn't even understand the analogy of because he couldn't see the plant behind him that does it exist or it doesn't exist.
I mean, I know that archaeologists have this concept of absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Yeah, that's it.
However, that only works so far as we have evidence in other places for this. So, you can't, if there's no evidence anywhere on this planet of something, you can't then say, well, just because there's no evidence anywhere still doesn't mean that it's not there. No, the evidence of absence thing only applies when you have evidence of that thing happening in some other place. That we know exists. Then you can say, well, we know it was there, so we can't. But we can't see it here, but we can't be absolutely certain that it wasn't ever there.
Gary's calling Judgment Day in his religion. Now, in religion, there's been many times that they've said a certain time and date or time period that's going to be a certain thing happening. So what makes what you're saying is a Judgment Day, Gary? Has it got a date or a time period or whatever? Is it tomorrow at 12 o'clock? Because I'd like to know, because I've got an appointment in the morning.
Can make predictions about it and then draw conclusions and then make novel testable predictions about this. This is how we define the difference between what is real and what is imaginary. Okay?
I know, you guys are so smart, but I got news for you. There's a lot of things that exist that you don't know about. And if you go back 100 years, those scientists, and compare what they know to what the guys know now, you're going to see a lot of stuff they didn't know. And if you jump 100 years in the future, those scientists are going to look at you guys and say, man, they didn't know nothing back then.
So are you asserting that in the future they're going to are you asserting in the future they're going to prove God?
Sure.
Could be.
Well, maybe, but we're not there yet. Maybe, but we're not there yet.
That's sort of like is that not a straw man? Where you're saying something that's happened in the past to something that's happened now. Do we say what's happened in the past is ridiculous?
Well, I forget what it's called, but he's equating two things that are reasonably true, not necessarily true, but reasonably true, and then stating that because these two things are equivalent, that this third thing is also equivalent, but that third thing has no relation to the other two.
Yeah.
Yeah. So until we're there.
No, there's already
proof. No. Hang on a second. There's no proof. Proof isn't.
If you just want to just make a comment or whatever, if it's more than one or two words, I'll just say pause and I'll pause the live stream.
Proof is in mathematics. Proof is in mathematics. We're looking for evidence.
Now, there's evidence. Those gears are evidence because I can demonstrate.
How are those gears? How are those gears? No, hang on a sec, Vlad. I can't let you do that. How are these? No, the formation.
Right,
the formation of this
relax, guys. Jo, get your point out, and we'll let Vlad respond to it. Go ahead.
So, Vlad, the formation of this insect's legs is only evidence that is how those legs were formed. Okay, when we study genetics and we study microbiology, we study how genes present themselves over time. When we study the field of evolution, this is what we see. We see various things like this. Richard Dawkins has a magnificent video how he basically walks through the evolution of the eye from light receptive cells to the eye we have today.
I think that's
okay. When you understand the science, it's actually very easy to understand. Okay, once you grasp the science. But your incredulity does not speak to the truth of your claim. My problem is that leave that aside. Stop going after evolution. Going after evolution is a straw man. Okay? I'm talking about detectable evidence for the God you assert. Where is it? Do you have it? What method do you use to detect it? Why can't any of us who are atheists detect it? Okay? Because until you can, it remains an unfalsifiable hypothesis that is supported only by your feelings.
Well,
later I'll make.
I noticed you don't like to go and talk about evolution, and that's too bad for you. And I don't blame you. If I was in your position, I wouldn't talk about it either. But I am going to talk about it because that's the foundation of what you guys stand on.
Vlad, that wasn't the debate. I'm not here to argue evolution with you. We're here to talk about God, not evolution. If you think God can be proven through science, you're outside of your mind because it would have already been done.
You just said those gears evolved. So you said it.
Yes,
you reminded
they're
so
not
you're talking
gears.
about
They're not gears. They're claspers, and yes, they did evolve.
Okay. Is a clasper a mechanism?
A clasper is a formation of tissue. That's what they're called.
Is a clasper a mechanism? Yes or no?
It serves a function, but mechanistically, I mean, I guess you could say that. I mean, you're using the term very loosely. It serves a function. Yes, it helps the leaf hopper jump, just like our hips are like our hips are ball and socket joints. Okay, our elbows are hinge joints. I mean, these are simple tools. Simple tools are all over. The eye was a simple tool. The eye was a simple tool, but has evolved in certain species to be what it is today.
Who knew how to build it like that? Where's your builder?
That's how it evolved. Evolution. Okay. So you're asserting creator creation.
Jail. Let him get his thought out, and I'll let you respond. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, he keeps jumping from point to point.
All right, let him get his point out.
I'm trying to keep him on track here. Okay,
Go ahead, Vlad.
You've got to stay in one lane, dude. Stop hopping lanes. Okay? Just because you can jump from claim to claim to claim doesn't support your first one. Stay in one lane, man. Come on.
Listen, what I'm saying is simple. What you're saying is complicated. You're sending off a lot of smoke screens. I'm not jumping from lane to lane. What I'm saying is very simple and it's common sense. What you're telling a story that we don't observe. You're telling a story that no one's ever observed.
We do observe it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we do. Your ignorance. Sorry, Vlad. Your ignorance of the science is not my problem. It isn't. We do observe this. This is demonstrable fact. If you crack an evolutionary any book on evolution, microbiology, genetics, the formation of DNA and natural elements, you crack any of these books, you will begin to understand this thing. The problem is that I have read this stuff. I have studied it for years. That's why attacking evolution for the theist is a straw man, because it simply shows a lack of understanding of the science. Okay, evolution is a fact. What you're referring to is abiogenesis. That's something from nothing, that life just spontaneously arrived, which I don't accept either. Okay? I believe that life was the formation of natural elements, because there are 5 basic elements that compose DNA. 5. And all 5 of them can be found on this planet. Okay? It simply took the right settings, the right pressures, the right temperature for these elements to do what they naturally do, and that is bond and create the formations that they did. Now, do we know exactly how that specifically happened and where it happened in the world? No. There are questions that we don't have answers to. They will remain question marks until we can. But we understand this. Unequivocally, we understand this. I'm sorry that you don't. Okay? But there are some leading microbiologists out there in the world, like thousands of them in the world, that understand this. And I follow their work readily. Now, we can argue abiogenesis all day long. We can argue abiogenesis all day long.
You can understand the story of Goldilocks and the 3 little bears, but it's not true. You guys tell a story
because it's a fable. It's because it's a fable. That's why it's a fable.
Books, your books are fables. Those books you study and read.
How? That is an assertion.
Terse just made a prediction of something, and it just happened. When people don't understand what you're saying, they try to make themselves seem more educated by changing the subject to another subject they don't understand to cover knowing nothing. And that's just exactly what just happened.
And how do you know that?
It's called the Gish Gallop.
Yeah. He just completely blew his statement away and then went to something else. I just got to change my batteries. I'll let you listen to this for a sec while I do that.
How do you know that? How are you privy to this knowledge that none of us are?
We don't observe your story happening in real life. It only happens in that book.
Yes, we do. Book. Do I need to find the papers that have been published on it for you? I've done the work. Why won't you do the work?
Well, you got to show me papers, or can you demonstrate it? You're going to show me some papers and drawings?
I'm not a Okay, Vlad, I am not a microbiologist. I don't have a lab here in my freaking room, okay? But I can read the articles. I can read the articles published by microbiologists who have demonstrated these things, okay? That's plain and simple. And anybody, do what?
Yeah, demonstrate it. Well, okay. This is what.
Wait. So let me get this straight. You want me to demonstrate evolution right here in my room? Do you realize how disingenuous? Do you realize how disingenuous that is? Come on.
I know you need.
We're talking. I know you need. I'm sitting here talking about. I'm sitting here talking about processes that take. No, I'm talking about processes that take hundreds of million years. You want me to sit here and demonstrate it for you?
Well, it's tough. You have a hard sell. You need a zillion years.
No. There are people who have. There are people who have. Vlad, if you're going, Vlad, I mean, if you're just going to sit there and make disingenuous claims, dude, I thought you were going to bring something serious here. I thought you had evidence for this God, because you obviously do not, dude. And if you're going to sit here and laugh and say zillion years, demonstrate evolution, are you outside of your mind, sir? Okay, come on, dude. Critical thinking. You have the ability to critically think. All right. Now tell me. Give me this answer, because you have dodged it a number of times. By what mechanism are you able to detect your God?
By the creation. I told you, how many times did I tell you? The creation.
That's an observation. That is observation. That is not a method by which you detect things. How do you detect it?
So if you can't see something, it doesn't exist. You're real.
Are we really going to go around this? Are we really going to go around the circle again, dude?
That's what you're saying. I mean,
if you cannot detect something, by definition, it does not exist.
Hey, team, he wants to peek over God's shoulder in the workshop, and you want to see him doing it, and then you'll believe. If you can peek over his shoulder, then you observed it, and you'll believe.
Vlad, yes or no? Answer this yes or no. Do you have demonstrable evidence that you can show everyone here, evidence that a God, any God, exists?
Well, that you can like I said, I told you already 3 or 4 times. So I'm going to show you.
No, you haven't. You presented no evidence. And guess what? This isn't your usual thing. I'm not going to hold you to this. I'm not going to let you squirrel around and not drop evidence. Do you understand me? The reality of it is simply this: I'm asking you for the method by which you detect God, or the evidence that you have for the existence of any God, not just the Christian God, okay, but the any God whatsoever. Give me something. Even if you give me Einstein's electron God, I could accept that. I could, but that just means it's just the electron. But get this theistic sky daddy that you have. You tell me how you detect him other than your faith.
Well, man, this guy talks a lot. I'll tell you how. The problem is, you're the blind man who looks up at the sky and you don't believe in the sun, but you're wrong, because there is a sun. You see, you're blind.
Yeah.
And
I can detect it because I can detect it because I can feel the sun on me, and other people can tell me there's a sun up there.
That might be the spaghetti monster blowing some flames on you. You don't know what it is.
But the person standing next to me doesn't say that. The person standing next to me says there's a sun. That's why you feel warm. It's detectable.
That's That's what I'm
So
saying. I see.
So where is so how do you detect your God?
Well, I just told you. You're having a hard time with this because
No, I'm not having a hard time with this, Vlad. I'm not. I'm asking you because you refuse to answer the question. How do you detect your God?
By the
Can you
creation.
detect? That's an observation, not a detection.
Well,
You observe creation. You assert that it is creation. You're not even jumping around. You're not. I mean, you're literally diving around the whole thing. That if you assert creation, you have to demonstrate that it's created. Okay, you just can't make that assertion and be like it's true. It doesn't work that way. Okay, Pardon me.
Was that camera created? You see that there's a camera right there.
This is a false equivalency, Vlad. This is a false equivalency. Vlad. It is a false equivalency. It is a false equivalency that is the watchmaker fallacy, and I'm not playing this game with you.
Look how scared you are. Look how scared you are to ask you.
What do you mean how scared I am? Of course the camera is fucking created. Okay? Of course it is designed.
Look how mad he's
Vlad. It's because I was told. Hey, you know why I'm getting pissed? Because I was told that you actually had something substantive to bring. That's what I was told. I was told you were going to show up and you were going to be. I was told you were going to show up. You're going to be a fucking adult, and you were going to lay down some goddamn evidence, and you don't have any. You have fallacy after fallacy. You have assertions after assertions. You have claims that you cannot back up, and you have nothing but your faith to fucking stand on, and you goddamn know it. Okay, so stop laughing around because you know that you're trapped in this. You have nothing but your faith. So stop playing games with me and tell me how you demonstrate your God.
JL, I'm winning the debate. That's why you're getting mad. Because I'm winning. That's why you're getting mad.
Really?
Because you're losing.
You think so?
Yeah. Well, you cuss and you're really upset.
That's because I was told that I was going to get something different than what I'm getting right here, dude.
You're getting beat. You thought you were going to come in here and
how?
Well, because you're scared.
Prove your God. Prove your God. You know how you beat me? Demonstrate your God. That's how you'll beat me. That's how you beat me. Demonstrate your God. Demonstrate.
You don't want me to talk.
He exists. Are you kidding me? I'm asking you to do this.
Okay, but every time I start talking,
I'm asking you. Demonstrate him. Go for it. You have the attention of everybody in the chat.
Okay, you see that camera right there?
That's a false equivalency. That's a false equivalency. The camera was built by a man. The camera was not built by God.
JL, let him get it out, and then I'll let you respond to that. Go ahead, Vlad. Talk about the camera. That's a piece of your evidence.
Ref. JL is like Roy Jones was in that Mike Tyson fight. He kept holding and running. He didn't want to fight. Like every time I start throwing punches, JL comes and bear hugs me, man. You're finally like Roy Jones. But I'm coming at you like Mike Tyson. Like, bam, bam, bam.
Hey, how about we knock off the fucking histrionics and actually answer the fucking question?
Yeah. Hey, Vlad, go ahead and present the evidence you're about to present about the camera and let JL respond to it.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. So I want to ask JL, that camera right there, is it a mechanism? The camera, the one on the right. I mean, the camera.
The camera is a tool.
Is it a mechanism? I mean, a hammer is a tool.
The camera is a tool. A tool by which we capture images.
So it's not a mechanism?
There are mechanisms within it. Okay. But the whole thing is a tool.
Right. But there are mechanisms within it.
Yeah, so?
So is the eye a mechanism?
The eye has mechanisms within it.
He's going to get back to evolution again.
The eye itself is an organ. Those organs have different parts with it. Those parts all perform different functions.
Right. So where's so we have an answer for that. We have a thinking engineer, and we have an example. We have a sample of some of his work right there. There's a camera which came after the eye because the guys who made the camera, I think, kind of looked into an eye and they kind of copied those parts, and they were able to make a camera. They kind of pulled the copy off of there and made a camera. But before they did that, they applied their mind. There's some thinking engineers who built that camera.
Terry,
okay, so I can.
Yes, Alan.
They built cameras before they had film or any other way of chemically or electronically recording images, and they even built cameras before they had glass lenses.
Yeah, that's right. We went through all that one time a while back.
It's called a pinhole camera.
Yeah.
Or a camera obscura even.
Yeah.
Which can be as big as a room.
But he's got an analogy with the camera that it seems to go towards the evolutionary path that he seems to be going down all the time.
It's the watchmaker fallacy.
What's this watchmaker fallacy, Alan?
Well, because we can make a watch, which is a complicated mechanism, something as complicated as advanced life forms with cells like what we is. Complicated eukaryotic life forms have to have been created because they're too complicated to have evolved after whatever process of abiogenesis started it all off. Is the case? It's got to have been created because you can't have something as complicated as a watch without a creator to create it.
Right. Okay.
My side can demonstrate how it's done, how it's made, the thinking engineer. So, and there's an example, there's evidence of the thinking engineer's work on the right side, the eye, because it's a mechanism. That doesn't result from a lava lamp, blob, godless universe of random, like, you don't have a...
Vlad, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you with that yelling in the background, dude. Come on.
You don't reveal the thinking engineer. See, that's the problem you guys have. See, I have evidence.
You're asserting that there is one. You assert that there is one.
Look, you can pretend that you don't see it and that you don't agree, but in your heart, you know what I'm saying.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Yeah, in your heart, it's simple. It's so simple a monkey can understand what I'm saying. It's very simple.
Okay. So you're telling me you know my mind better than I know my own.
I can tell by the way you're acting.
Is that what you're asserting?
No, yeah, because you're having a hard. And I can see the way you're acting. It's hard for you to answer these questions because you know that it's exposing my truth, my victory, my point is this questioning. You're having a hard time giving a simple answer because your answers prove my argument is correct and logical, and it's a common sense. It's simple. It's basic. There's nothing complicated about it. Anyone, look, when they came up with evolution, that word and that ideology, it was created by the enemy of man and God to separate people like you from God. That's the only reason for that delusion. It's a delusion. It's a fairy tale to lie.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I can see. I'm not blind. I can see it.
No. How do you? What? Okay. Vlad, let me just throw this out to you. Do you believe, Vlad? Do you believe that alien life is coming to this planet and abducting people off of it?
No,
and
I
taking
don't believe
them.
that.
You don't believe that, right? Okay, I don't accept the claim of alien abduction either. Why is your epistemology? Why is your epistemology so strong against alien abduction when there exists more evidence for alien abduction than there is for God? How do you explain that dichotomy?
Well, you say it's more. You said there's more evidence for alien.
There is.
He doesn't know what dichotomy means.
No.
There is more evidence for alien abduction taking place on this planet than there is for the existence of a God.
Well,
like direct evidence. No, direct evidence. Like there is physical evidence, there's eyewitness testimony, there is testable chemical trace. I mean, there's a number of ways there. I mean, literally, there's hundreds of thousands of sightings of UFOs out there and hundreds of thousands of reports of people being abducted by aliens. Now, it's not great evidence, it's anecdotal evidence, and it's eyewitness testimony, which is not fantastic in and of itself, but there is none of that evidence existing for God. So why is your epistemology so strict for alien abduction in light of the evidence, and so lax with God in the light of no
Okay.
evidence?
I'll answer that question. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because it reminds me of something I'd read off my phone. People have seen, I don't know what the numbers are, but
Gary says there's no free will. Oh, Gary, guess what? There you are. That's free will.
people throughout
Oh,
history,
and
which
look
is
at
funny, have seen
Dave.
angels,
Dave's being
have seen demons,
bad as well.
and have seen parts of God. Now, I can tell you, I had an out of body experience. The reason I don't believe in God, I know there's God.
Okay. Just to show Gary that I'm being fair and free will. Sorry, Dave. See, uh, if you don't know why I timed out Dave, that means you haven't been following my channel, Gary.
I know there's God because He showed me His foot. I've seen.
We'll just see what the two different reactions will be, Alan.
God's foot, and I'm telling you, it's big, and it's like bright as the sun. And He showed it to me. I had an out of body experience. I saw angels. I saw God's foot on it. He's on a throne. Like, there's like this tunnel that goes up, and they're all around looking
that's
down.
not. That's
I've seen that.
like as in.
I saw it.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I don't
fall?
believe in
That's
God.
a
I know
different
there's
fall.
God. And whenever if I do doubt my faith, sometimes I always bring that comes back to my remembrance. So it's been shown to me. Maybe that's what more will be expected of me. You know, because I've been shown things. And I've seen this alien abduction stuff. I've seen the shadow people too come into my room. I've seen them also. And it's not just me. Now I'll tell you, I've seen them. You can laugh, but I'll tell you, it's not just me because other people have seen it. It's an evil. He's laughing.
I am laughing because what you're describing are natural phenomena that have been explained.
Well, look.
And debunked.
Hold on. Hey, JL, slow down. If someone is hallucinating, you got a million billion different things you can see. You might see some bullfrogs jumping on the bed. You might see like a monkey swinging on vines through your room. But there, time and time again, people see these beings come in that are full of hatred and evil. They buzz and they have these black hoods on, and they come to the bed and paralyze the victim. They hit him with some kind of tractor beam, and you can't. It's a reoccurring. He's laughing, but you've heard that before. I'm not making it up. I'm not the only one that's seen that.
Vlad, my background is in forensic psychology. What you are describing is sleep paralysis and night terrors.
Well, that's what you guys like to call it, but if it was,
it's defined as that. It's a psychological state of physiological impairment that is triggered by certain states of the transition between REM and natural sleep. It's not common, but it does occur, and they report the same thing globally. That's how it's defined. It's sleep paralysis and night terrors.
Not globally. It's across the earth. There's not a globe. It's across the earth.
It's global, dude. Don't even. This is not the forum for that. Don't even.
JL, but if it's that, JL, why is it always those hooded shadow beings though? If it's not
always that.
Oh, we're gone to.
There are a number of formations that shadow people take. They can take the form of typical monsters. They can take the form of vampires, of werewolves. It depends upon. It usually is informed by what the person is most recently having experience. Like if they watched a particular movie, it can take the form. The idea of Slender Man was inspired by the descriptions of night terrors and sleep paralysis. Was a figure with long arms and long Slender Man, the creepypasta online.
Isn't that the same as the UFO thing? It only started really coming about after World War II. Wasn't it after World War II in the 50s or something that the UFO story came out?
Yeah, mostly because. It was things like weather balloons going up a lot more, so they would be odd things to see in the more unusual things to see in the sky.
And then also and then the movie side of things is just people's imaginations.
Yeah.
Look what the first movie that was made for Man to the Moon one with the rocket going to the moon thing. So they had had ideas of doing that. So just
Well,
movies and just imagination in general, what we can think
I
of.
I think the first science fiction movie. I think the first science fiction movie that involved men going to the moon was filmed pre 1900.
Yeah, yeah. It
You
was
know, and
silent
that's
too.
well, yeah, and let's face it, um, movies only started about 1898 ish.
Mm. Yeah.
Fine. So the idea of that was generated. It's a fake concept, but it was created it was inspired by stories of sleep paralysis and night terrors. So these things do exist. There are people who suffer from them. Okay, and we know this.
Some people have died. Some people have had those experiences, and they end up dead in their sleep. They come
suffering cardiac arrest. Suffering cardiac arrest. It does happen. It's extremely rare, but it does happen. So these are all natural phenomena that we understand and we can treat, because we can put people with sleep paralysis and night terrors on medication that helps them transition through their sleep stages, and they don't suffer from them anymore. Not to mention, there's also psychological work that can be done where they can teach themselves certain coping mechanisms in order to get through the process, realizing that they're not going to be harmed, that they are going to be safe. And then they come through it just fine, because there are millions of people who suffer from this condition that deal with it every single day. So this is well documented. This is well documented. This is where the idea of like incubus, the ideas of incubuses and succubuses. It's like the imp sitting on the chest, making it hard to breathe. That is a classic. There's a classic description of sleep paralysis, where it's hard to breathe. They imagine something was sitting on their chest, and then they see shadow figures. It must have been a demon. This is where these ideas come from. The same with autism. The same with undiagnosed autism in the 14th and 15th centuries is what led to the rise of the idea of the changing child. That my child was replaced by an entity that doesn't act.
I didn't tar you with the same brush, Dave. I was just proving a point.
Act human. It doesn't act normal, because that was most likely undiagnosed autism.
They were demon possessed, probably too. What about that?
Demons don't exist. You have to demonstrate that they exist.
Well, the people see them. But here, I want to say something. It's interesting. You know a lot about that. But I'll tell you what helped me a lot. There was a time in my life when I was being attacked a lot at night, and you know, the type of Christian you were brought up in a Methodist house, and you whatever. I now have been Orthodox Christian for like 5 or 6 years. Orthodox Christian.
Are you Calvinist? Are you Calvinist or Arminianist?
Hold on, I'll tell you. Just
no, are you Calvinist or Arminianist?
You got to tell me what those are, and then I'll answer you. Because right now,
you just answered the question. You just answered the question.
It doesn't sound like he's studied into religion much at all to know what religion is even.
So he's So he's an Orthodox Christian, but he's not Calvinist and he's not Arminianist.
For me, boss.
Okay. So, but what would help me when those things would come to torment me at night, the Father John taught me to say, it's called the Jesus prayer. And if anyone of your listeners team suffer from this sleep paralysis or attacks at night, if you say, you can just think it or speak it. Sometimes if you think, you say, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. I'll tell you, one time is enough to scatter them. They can't stand the name of Christ, and they will run from you. They will flee. They will flee.
So, okay. So here's something interesting. Here's to piggyback off of what you just stated. No, it's not scientifically proven. But what can be, what part of the therapy of dealing with night terrors and sleep paralysis and dealing with the psychological effects of that is giving the patient a mantra, something to focus on, something to repeat to themselves that helps ground them back into reality instead of a dream state. So that's in essence what you're doing. You were reciting a mantra that was reinforced by what you personally believe, so it held personal meaning for you, and that helped to ground you back into reality and bring you out of the experience. But people are given different mantras all over the world, okay, depending upon what therapist they happen to see. So it can be anything that's important to them.
That didn't work for that guy that croaked in his sleep. It didn't work for him.
Well, it happened like decades ago, and in India.
The Jesus prayer always works every time. If you guys,
it works for you every time.
It works for everybody. No, it works for my wife.
That's a claim, but your wife holds the same beliefs you do, so that's a claim. So why doesn't it work for everybody? You have to demonstrate how that's true for everybody.
Go around and ask people who use it. And you'll find
I have talked to people. I've talked to both atheists who suffer from night terrors and sleep paralysis, and I've talked to theists who do it as well. Now, if you want to even go down this, if you want to go down this woo trail, we can even go into near-death experiences. You can explain to me why individuals who have near-death experiences in India see Vishnu, and individuals in America see Christ, and individuals in Australia see affectations of the dream.
Well,
why do people of different cultures see different things when they have near-death experiences?
I'll tell you why. Because a near-death experience isn't death. You slip close to death and then you come back. So what we understand in Orthodoxy, it's a 2,000-plus-year-old tradition. When their soul leaves the body, they can be deceived by demonic delusions, and they can be shown a light. Demons can appear as angels. They can appear as Vishnu. They can try to deceive that soul and try to pull them the wrong way. So that it's a very critical time when a person's soul comes out of the body, and that's why people around the world see different things, because those demons know what they believe in, so they can present a delusion to that poor soul going through such a torment.
So
I want to ask you,
do you have evidence? Do you have evidence for any of this? I'm just going to ask you point blank.
Yeah.
What evidence do you have?
Well, a lot of our saints and church fathers in the past and in the present have had these experiences, and they wrote down what they observed. It's like scientific fact, dude.
No, it's not scientific fact.
Well, that's what you think.
That doesn't even come close to what a scientifically demonstrated fact is.
Well, let me ask you: Do you love anybody? Is there anyone in your life that you love?
Yes, I love my wife.
Prove it.
I can. In the presence of my wife, my brain produces oxytocin and other chemicals that are exclusively produced in those amounts when I'm around her.
That's love?
The bonding chemical. Yes, the presence of the bonding chemical is detected. The way the brain bonds to other people, you can detect that. That's an actual detectable phenomena. That when I'm around her, my blood... Pardon me?
Don't let your wife hear you saying that.
My wife is the same. My wife knows this. She believes she accepts the same thing. The physiological response. That's what that is.
What is love? What is love?
Love is an emotion.
But give me an example. Like, what is like? I mean, anger is an emotion. If I get angry, I might smash something. What is love? The highest form of love. I mean, not to love, emotion. But come on, that's the best you can do, man.
Love is an emotion. What else can I describe it as? Love is an emotion.
Okay.
Love, hatred, fear, jealousy,
anger,
happiness, joy. These are emotions.
Yeah.
So what's anger? Give me an example of anger.
Anger is an emotion.
What's anger?
Emotion. I'm not sure what you're looking for here. Anger is an emotion.
Well, I told you, anger would be me smashing something.
No, that's a reaction.
That's your juvenile response to your anger.
Yeah.
Because when I get angry, I don't smash shit. When I get angry, I focus it and I do things constructively. Like
you start cussing. You start cussing hysterical.
No, I curse. Fuck shit, motherfucker, cocksucker. I don't give a fuck. Words are just words. Okay, I use them to express my emotions at the time. I use them to express my emotions. Okay, and these are all emotions. So what's your point here? I'm not following. Love is an emotion. Anger is an emotion.
Right. Huh? Well, okay. So when you're angry, you might start cursing. Okay,
Sure.
I accept that. Okay, me too. So what? So how about when you? How I do? How about if you love? What's love? What do you do when you love? Explain what is love? Besides, don't just say it's an emotion. Like, what is love?
It is an emotion. It takes many different forms.
So what's one form?
The form that I share my life with my wife, and I make decisions that include her in it and include her input. I value her opinion. We share things. We share our life. We built a life together. We built this home together. We've decided to intertwine our lives. And
hey, Alan, Mute Donkey
Yes.
says Hulk smash. You haven't
Hulk
turned green.
smash,
You haven't turned green to show an emotion lately.
No, I haven't been like, you know,
and say that
didn't
the
really feel I needed to.
Nah.
other person's opinion is just as valid as the other person's when making decisions regarding our lives together. We communicate, we talk, we share. We share everything. That's how our love presents itself.
Are you the head of your wife?
No, I'm not the head of my wife. My wife is my equal.
Beta male.
Really? Team. This is where this is going.
Come on,
Team, this is where this is going to go.
Yeah, hold on, JL. I got this. Vlad. Come on, man. No attacks like that. That's extremely sexist. So let's. I get what you're doing. You're just doing it for fun, but let's keep the sexism out of it and let's try to stay on topic. And we do have 20 minutes left in this debate. Okay, so go ahead. Go ahead,
I'll
Vlad.
say love is that you
Love is the
sacrifice
battlefield.
yourself
That's another
for
quote from a
others,
song.
to lay down your life for your friends or enemies. You lay down.
Have you ever done that?
Have
you ever laid down your life for somebody?
You mean well, obviously I'm alive, but
well, then you haven't done it. Well, no. Well, then you haven't done it. So how do you know?
No. I'm not saying you have to die. I mean, look. I'm saying.
Well, that's what you just asserted. That is what you just asserted. So how can you demonstrate it unless you die?
Calm down, JL.
Answer the fucking question, Vlad.
You say when you love somebody, you put them ahead of yourself. It doesn't mean you gotta jump in front and take a bullet. People have done that, but you put the other person ahead of yourself. If you break up something in half, you give them the bigger half. That's love.
Didn't he just call him a beta for saying that he was equals with his wife, asserting that?
Yeah, I know. I was trying to work out where he was gonna go with that one, because I think in some religions the male is the head of the household, so to speak, and the wife's not.
That kind of sounded like what he was hitting on, and then he totally flips and says that you put that person above you. Well,
he sort of just turned it
is it one or the other?
Yeah.
You take time to make sure they're taken care of. I mean,
Okay, that's like I said before. That love presents itself in many different ways. Love can also be toxic. Love can present itself in very negative ways, in very dangerous ways. No, it actually is a form of love. It's a form of toxic love. It's a form of codependent love. Love takes many forms. Love can be self-destructive. No, love can be self-destructive.
Agape love, true love, like real love, agape love.
Okay, now you're trying to quantify an emotion. That's your subjective experience. That doesn't apply to every human on this planet.
Agape love is a real thing. I don't know why you have a problem with that. It's different from like
love. Love is love. The strength of the bond makes no difference because everybody feels it differently at different times. It increases, it decreases depending upon the emotional states. So love is love. Love is an emotion. So I'm curious, where the fuck were you going with this? That emotions exist. What is this? Where's your train of thought, man? Stay on the tracks.
Because you could,
too many pennies on your tracks, man. You hit those pennies, you just boom. So come on, where were you going with this?
because you want to observe everything and demonstrate and prove. And I asked you about who do you love? You said your wife. I said prove it. You can't prove to me what's inside of you because only you know it. It's invisible to me. You can talk all you want.
You can see it through my actions. You can see it through my actions.
Say, you can't prove it. I can't see the love in you for her. I can't see it. It's not tangible.
No. Obviously, an emotion is not a physical, tangible thing you can just pluck out of my brain. But there is a chemical. There is a chemical precursor that we can detect that is common through virtually all human beings, which allows us to make a novel testable prediction that when an individual experiences the emotional effects of love, that their brain is producing a particular hormone. And we can demonstrate this. That's why we know. That's why we call oxytocin the bonding agent, the bonding chemical between humans. Is because when mothers hold their children for the first time, their brains flood with oxytocin. And that helps the two bond to each other. When an individual, when you meet an individual in your life and that person inspires, that your brain begins to produce oxytocin and bond you to that person, that is where we get the sensation of our love. Okay, that bond can also reinforce other things as well. That's why you get angrier at your spouse than you do at other people, because it's reinforced by the bonding agent that you have.
So is there the same chemical get shot through your system when you're angry as it does if you love someone? It's the same.
Well, the oxytocin is there. That's just a hormone that's produced that helps to create bonds between human beings. When you get angry, it's typically adrenaline and whatever your focus is at the time. There are hormones that are like adrenaline is the number one hormone produced when you are angry.
Okay, how about you get a rush if you let's say you're young and you make love to a woman for the first time that you met her. Okay.
Hey, chat, get that image out of your heads.
so there's that, and then there's also a emotion you have if you haven't seen your mother for 5 years because you're in the military. You come home and you get to hug your mom and you're crying. Is there a different chemical that gets shot through your system for those two different situations, or is it the same?
Well, most likely it would be adrenaline because you're excited to see the individual. There's most likely the oxytocin that was present from the time that you were born that bonded you to your mother and the image of your mother's face. And then all of a sudden you see that person for the first time in 5 years, your adrenaline goes up, you get excited, your brain floods with oxytocin at seeing the individual, and then you feel the bonding agent and then you express it in however you express it. Okay, but where are you going with this? Are we here? Are we here to spend the last 20 minutes dissecting fucking emotions? Or are you going somewhere with this?
So
are our emotions your proof of God?
No, I'm gonna prove that things exist that you can't prove that are real. So you brought
up we can demonstrate emotions can be demonstrated
by adrenaline and oxytocin, right?
Emotions can be demonstrated by the chemicals in the brain and the actions of the individual. That is how we demonstrate emotions.
Oxytocin.
I'm not going to sit here and dissect every fucking hormone the brain produces, Vlad. Okay?
Why you get mad when you're losing?
Because you're running out Vlad. Because you're running out the fucking clock in this ridiculously
because he can't prove.
Moderator. Sorry, let me jump in. I had to do that. Listen, we have 15 minutes. Vlad. I'm gonna kick it over to you. Okay, we have 15 minutes. I just want to get you guys on point. Here we go.
I just proved there's things that exist that are 100% real that he can't prove.
Yes,
he can't prove it.
What the fuck did you jump to that? How the fuck did you jump to that from? I just said, motherfucker, that emotions can be demonstrated. They are demonstrated by the chemicals that are aligned in the brains that when the brain produces those hormones.
You just explained it all to him.
Vlad's
just completely ignorant to it all.
Emotions can be demonstrated.
Oh, Vlad never pays attention to other people.
Get your fucking shit together. Get your fucking life in order and give me some goddamn evidence.
What's up, Vlad? Hold on, J.O. What's up, Vlad?
Team, homie. This dude's getting hysterical. Can you mute him for a second so I can say what I want to say?
Well, okay, hold on. I'm not gonna mute him. But J.O., will you give him a chance to try to get a full thought out? And Rad Vlad, I'm sure J.O. will be more than happy to hear what you have to say and respond to it. Go ahead, Vlad.
Okay. Okay, so I just proved that there's things that exist that he can't
He
prove
didn't
and
prove
demonstrate to
anything.
me, because he's saying, love is just a chemical that shoots through your body. So I asked him, which chemical? I'm trying to zero in on him. There's adrenaline and oxytocin. Okay, he burns better than me, but there's a difference between loving your wife, like he said, or loving a sandwich, or loving your dog, or maybe the way you might feel if you haven't, like I said, haven't seen your mother for a long time. There's a difference. Okay, he can't prove that to me, because you don't love everything the same way. Okay,
No, he can't prove it.
Not
that
understand.
same emotion can pump through your body if you're killing somebody. Adrenaline and oxytocin. If you kill, so they're not the same. He can't.
I know, Vlad.
He can't.
I know.
There's things that exist that are very real that he can't demonstrate. Okay, he wants to prove everything, but I proved he can't demonstrate that. Just like I proved that what we're looking at on the left side are gears, or I keep forgetting what he calls them. It's not a gear, good enough. And that's a mechanism. The camera's a mechanism. The eye's a mechanism. We can demonstrate how the eye comes to be. He can't, by our what our common sense tells us, it was made by mind, a thinking engineer. He can't demonstrate that. Not in a million years, not in a billion years, not in a trillion years.
You're right. I can't demonstrate. I can't demonstrate an engineer. I can't demonstrate an engineer. That's why I don't believe in it.
The wind will never blow and make an eye for your head. Never. It's never going to happen. It's impossible.
Of course it wouldn't. No one asserts that argument. Vlad, no one
I don't know where he was going with that one.
You don't have an engineer. You don't have a thinking engineer. You
don't need one.
Deficit.
Don't need one. No, we don't. No, we don't.
Yeah, you
no, evolution explains
I'm
that
a bit behind in the live
I
stream.
have evidence. I have evidence to support my claim.
Yeah.
Evidence supports. Yes, I do. I have studied the Bible more than you have.
We had a church for 350 years before that.
And he still doesn't answer the. He still won't answer the question. So, okay.
Okay, look, hey guys, listen. We've reached our time limit. I always hold on.
Nah, we're good.
Vlad, hold on. Vlad, hold on. Moderator. All right, Vlad, listen. I'm gonna let y'all rapid fire for 3 to 5 minutes until you're done. Vlad, you go first.
Okay. Well, we're jumping all over the place. I kind of rapid fired already, team. I mean, I'll just say it again. Let me.
Do you have nothing else? Do you have nothing else?
I got some.
Go ahead.
I think I do. Let me see. Let me see here. Well, again, I'll just say again.
JL, do you have anything? Oh, I'll let y'all both go. It's rapid fire right now.
Sure. Yeah, I got some right here. So we got continuing on dissecting his intro, or what he called an intro. A lot of false equivalencies in there. The blind man can actually still feel the sun, even though he can't see it. So that's a false equivalency. Getting into I recommended Richard Dawkins' explanation of the evolution of the eye and how that evolved over time. It's one of the best explanations that's out there. He asserts Vlad asserts agential causation. But he ignores the two problems that come from that either God is into the infinite regress of creators creating creators, or brute agential causation, which therefore makes God a brute fact, and there are problems inherent in those. Then of course
possible. What we believe is possible. What you believe is impossible. It's impossible.
No, we've demonstrated it, dude. We've demonstrated.
You didn't.
Yes, we have. We as humanity have demonstrated. I'm sorry you're not on the same page. I'm sorry you're absent from class that day. That's not my problem. It's not my problem, dude. Your ignorance of science is not my problem. I'm sorry that I did the work. I'm sorry that I did the work and you refused to do the work. That's on you, sir. That's not on me. Because I did work on both sides. I did work in the church and I did work in school. And I'm sorry that you didn't go to school. Okay? I'm sorry that you don't want to understand the world that you live on.
learn lies
Okay?
in school.
I understand your failings. I actually understand your failings in understanding the universe because you failed to go to school and learn these things because you're stuck in books that were written 2,000 years ago that can't be verified. I understand why you accept that there are ghosties and demonies out there when you can't demonstrate them. You have no evidence. I asked for evidence. You didn't have any. You have bald assertions which you can't back up. You have a book that you can't verify. You've got nothing, sir. Nothing except your faith. And I told you in my intro, Vlad, I told you in my intro that it is okay for you to hold your position. It is. It is okay for you to hold that position. But it is not okay. It is not okay for you to run around trying to sway people to your line of thinking when you have no evidence to back it up. You have nothing,
2 minutes.
sir. You have
2 minutes.
nothing to back it up.
A little kid can see the creation proves the creator.
No, the little kid is told there's a God by his parents. Just like you told your kids that there was a God, and your parents told you there was a God, and so on and so forth. My mother and father told me there was a God, and guess what? I grew up and realized that they were wrong.
No, you're wrong. You learned.
Prove
you
it.
grew up and
Demonstrate how wrong I am, Vlad. You have an open invitation. You have an open invitation. I will pay you $10,000. I will pay you $10,000 to demonstrate your God right now.
I demonstrated, and you got your head.
You haven't. You have made bald assertions with no evidence to back up your claims. You have no evidence to back up your claims. You haven't. You want to ask the chat. Ask the chat. Ask the moderator. Ask anybody. You haven't proven anything.
I don't need to ask nobody. You need people to agree with you, to believe you're
no,
right.
I don't.
That's your problem.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you said ask the chat. You said ask the chats. So if everyone agrees with me, then I can feel I'm right. Man, that's beta. How weak are you? You believe you're right.
Really? That's what you've got? Insults and ad homs? Is that all you've got, Vlad? Is this the best you can conjure? Is this the best you can conjure, Saruman? Is this all you've got?
You just exposed yourself. You need people to
expose myself. How?
When are you gonna grow up, little boy?
Guess what, Vlad? Guess what? No one agrees with you. Vlad.
I don't need
guess what?
With me.
No one agrees with you. Hell, my pastor doesn't agree with you.
Everybody agrees with you, little boy.
All right. That was great. I have you both on mute for 1 second. That portion of the debate is over. I'm going to turn it over to you guys to have final comments. But I did mute both of you for 1 second. You're both unmuted now. I just wanted to end it at the time. We're going to end it on the time, and that's what we did. But you're both unmuted now. Thank you so much for both of y'all. Now I'm going to turn it over to closing arguments, and we'll go ahead and start with JL Warren since you opened it up, and I'll give Vlad the last word. So go ahead, JL.
This will be pretty quick. In essence, what we're looking for is detectability. That's how we determine the difference between how something exists and is how something is real and something is imaginary. The concept of a god is imaginary because there is no detectability to it. This universe is an isolated system. The Earth is in itself a closed system when it comes to matter. It's an open system when it comes to energy, but there is nothing that is not explained. There are some questions we don't have answers to, but it's simply because we don't have the technology yet, or we just can't look past a certain point. So those will remain question marks until we have the evidence to assert an answer. But we will not assert God as an answer. There is no evidence to support it. There's no detectability to any type of agential causation. If we assert agential causation, then who created the creator? That leads us into infinite regress. If we ignore that, that leads us into brute agential causation, which in itself has its own problems. So all in all, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for evidence of a detectable God or some detectable force that was the initiator of all things that we see. But we can explain them as values of we explain them with the values of natural processes, with the principles, the laws, and the theories that we use to define and describe the reality that we observe, which unfortunately for Vlad does not include a God. It's an assertion of his feelings, an assertion of his desires, and nothing more.
All right. Now, Vlad, your closing arguments, sir. Go ahead. You have a few minutes to say what you got to say uninterrupted.
Okay. So JL and people like JL, he's basically like this arrogant. He believes himself to be an all-knowing wizard, very arrogant person. That if he can't observe something, it doesn't exist. Period. With the avatar he's in, that's not going to last long. We're all going to die. We can't see that far. We can't hear that well. We can't smell very well. We have these senses that are very limited, like And then the gadgets we make aren't that great either. And then he wants to observe something that can't be observed, and he overlooks the evidence of that creator that's all around him, right under his nose. He gets upset when I bring it up. When I want to compare the camera to the eye, he starts cussing and swearing and having a meltdown because he knows that I'm proving my point, and the truth hurts. The truth hurts. That's why he has a meltdown, because he knows that it takes an engineer to make that camera, just like it took a thinking engineer to build that eye, and that's a fact, and he knows that deep down in his heart. And then another thing he said, he's an insecure little boy because he told me no one in the chats believes and agrees with you. Man, so what? I don't need nobody in the chats. Nobody in the world needs to agree with me. I'm a grown man. I believe what I believe. I know the truth. God gave me wisdom and common sense to see what's plain and simple. He talks about these profound concepts he reads in the little comic book, science books with the little drawings of monkeys turned into men, that he relies on our process to demonstrate what he falsely believes. He needs a creator to draw those pictures. It can't happen his way. Why don't you put some paper out in the forest and let the dirt and wind blow randomly, and then check back, and then you get yourself a nice picture. Your way doesn't work. We can't observe it. It's a lie, and it's obvious, and you know it, boy.
All right, well, I think that's going to be where we end it today. As you all can see, we have a new person on here, another fuckface from Australia, who also has Irish in his name, Irish Demon. Irish Demon, I want to tell you, man, what did you think of tonight's debate, and what did you think of both performers, both debaters?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I gotta say, some people are going to be disappointed with what I've got to say here. So I've been an atheist for a long time, but I feel like, having listened to Vlad, that I have actually changed my mind now. Vlad, I've got to hand it to you. You have proven to me that there is a God, and I'll tell you why. Because only the existence of a God could explain how a human being can survive this long without a fucking brain. And that is exactly why you have proven to me that there must be a God. Can I just please, though, seriously, jokes aside, let me ask you a question. Do you know what omnipotence is?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you. So omnipotence, do you know what that is? It's okay if you don't understand the word. I can simplify it. So can God... Okay, let me just put it this way. Can God do whatever he wants?
Look, you can't understand it.
Just answer the question. Hold on. Don't dance around it. Just answer the question. Can God do whatever he wants?
He's an all-knowing wizard like JL. Like, if he can't get
that's fine. No, without the jokes or the insults, can God do whatever he wants to do? Yes or no? Yes or no?
He can make if he wants to make a rock that's too heavy for him to lift, he can do it if he wants to. If he wants.
So
to,
how can he do that? If he can't lift it, then he can't do anything he wants.
What? I like it.
So if he can make a rock big enough that he can't lift,
it's a paradox.
It's a paradox. So if he can make a rock big enough that he can't lift, then he can't do everything because he can't lift it, can he?
Well, if he wants to, listen to the answer. You asked me a question. You just want to talk. You asked me a question.
Okay, go on. Tell me.
He can if he wants to, homie.
So he can make it big enough, but he can't lift it. How is that possible? How is that possible?
Vlad, I love you, man.
Oh my God,
you're funny. You make some interesting arguments. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's a word. Interesting is a word.
Hey guys, I love you all. God bless you. I'm gonna go. I got some very cute people right on the other side of the door. I'm tired of you guys, man.
Hey,
No,
well,
let me go.
Vlad, I do have something I do need to read to you because historical philosopher, if you're out there, he pointed out something about the evidence, the scripture, or not the scripture, but the website that I shared, the Jewish website, and I had it saved. But if you could repost that historical philosopher, so I could read it off to Vlad, it just had something to do with the people who they were talking about that wrote about Jesus in that piece of evidence, and he looked it up, and he just had something to add, and I just wanted to bring it to you.
I want to debate. I want to debate historic philosopher. I want to debate him. I see him on the show. I'm calling him out.
You've also called out Alyssum to me, right? You said you want to bring Alyssum on here because you said he was kind of harsh to you in the chat with super chats the last time. So
pays you $5 to say something nasty to me in the super chats.
Worth it.
Worth
I'll debate
it.
you on anything.
Worth it.
I would debate you on shit that I'll debate you on shit that I know nothing about because I know I would still win, like 100%. I would debate you on anything, name it, anything, and I'll debate you.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Here's what he said, Vlad. He just asked me to inform you of this. The piece that you cited refers to people that were living long before Jesus lived. The authors couldn't have possibly been referring to the Jesus of Christianity. Now, I just wanted to read that to you. I'll allow you to respond if you'd like to, and if you want to go and do more research and then let us know what you think about that comment at a later date, I'll also give you that opportunity as well. But go ahead, Vlad.
What's the historic philosopher?
Yeah, historical philosopher. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sorry to break the bad news to you, but the Jews believe in the Jesus of the Bible. They'll tell you it's real. So you live in kind of a funky town. You're not in reality. They'll tell you he's real. He's not a fairy tale.
They don't accept him as the Messiah, right? They don't accept him as the Messiah, right?
They don't. That's where they fall short.
So is that point irrelevant?
Well, no. The point is, a lot of people like historic philosopher might be one of the people that says, "Oh, he never even existed. It's just a myth they made up. Like they copied the story of Horus and they translated it to Jesus." These are ridiculous things that people say and believe. But the Jewish scripture tells you plainly he existed. He walked on the earth. They will tell you he's real. The Jews will tell you he's real. So get out of fantasy world, man. You know.
What if I tell you I'm the son of God? Would you just believe that?
Prove it.
You prove that Jesus was the son of God then. Prove it.
Well,
Prove it.
Hey, I want to read this out. Alyssum just super chatted $5 to you, Vlad. He says he'll give you $5 for a functional flat earth based map. If you cannot provide me one, then you are a waste of time. You can't even show me what your fantasy world looks like. Now that's off topic. It's flat earth, but it was directed to you, and it was a $5. He paid $5 to insult you again. I just wanted to let you know.
Vlad, I'm really curious. I do have one question that you never did answer. How do you differentiate? What is your methodology for differentiating between what is real and what is imaginary?
God, why are you so close?
No, what is your methodology for determining? How do you determine between what is real and what is imaginary?
Listen, this is right now is real, and God is real. And I already beat you in the debate. So let me
So you're
deal
not
with
going to.
Alyssa.
So you're once again you're not going to answer the question. Okay, just checking.
Okay.
Everything happens in your mind. Everything happens in your mind. It all happens in your mind. You know? I mean,
you're right. It does happen. It does happen in your mind. It really does. You are correct about that, sir.
All right, so we're going to end it there. Vlad, I know you're about to leave, so I'm going to give you the last word and shout out any channel that you want, and I'll give you the last word, brother.
Alyssa asked me a question about the provide a functional flat Earth map. Yeah, let me call NASA and have them email it to me. You know, they're going to give me the real functional flat Earth map, and then I'll present it to Alyssa. Okay, just tell me, hang on, I'll get it for him. I'll get it right for him. And Alyssa, I'll tell you another thing. Coward, hey chicken, why are you terrified to come debate me face to face like these guys did, like JL did, and like the other gentleman did? I forget his name. How come you're so scared? Such a coward. I called him out so many times. Me and him had a half debate because I was having a problem with my sounds. I just had a car accident. Craig, Flat Earth Craig, Fight the flat Earth Craig, begged me to come on the show. I just came on, have a little fun, and then I was muted the whole time. And he presented his argument, and that was like it. So he's still after me, but he doesn't have the balls to come on your show, team, and debate me man to man. He's gonna live the rest.
Why does that affect you so much?
Well,
hold on, Jay. Hold on, Joe. Let him get his last. I think he has to go, so we're gonna let him get his last words in, and then we're gonna. My bad. I don't want to cut you off, but go ahead, Vlad.
No, go Vlad.
He's very nasty.
And when you say he, are you talking to Alyssum or?
Yeah, listen.
Okay.
Listen.
Okay. Good.
Listen.
All right, and then
Coward. Listen, coward. Come debate me, man to man, with other balls. You understand?
Okay.
Come, dude. We're paying $5 to little. Like he's like getting lap dances here. He's paying $5.
Well, he's enjoying it. He enjoys it. He enjoys the show, and I'm sure that that there's other people out there that enjoy the show. And this channel is funded by the chat and the audience, so I will give him that. Thank you very much, Alyssum, for helping me get to be able to do what I love to do. Now, Vlad, I have super. I'm sorry.
He should put some real money down, a little $5.
That is real money. This is a hard time for everybody. That's plenty. That's
Vlad, I just told you. I'll pay you $10,000 if you can demonstrate God. Looks like you need the money.
No, I did, but you're not honest. You're not honest.
I am honest. I'll pay you $10,000 if you can demonstrate your God.
I don't know what else to tell you, man. I mean, we went at it, homie. You don't believe.
No, I'll pay you $10,000. I'll pay you $10,000 if you can demonstrate your God. It's not the million that James Randi was offering, but I can give you $10,000 if you can demonstrate God.
I'll match it.
It looks like you need the money.
Looks like I need the money. I got more money than you.
Your camera doesn't. Your camera setup doesn't speak to that. I'm sorry.
All right. We're taking low blows at each other now, and we're not even naked. So this is pointless because we're not naked yet. So, Vlad.
You want to take your shirt off for me, Vlad? I mean, I'm bi. Are you trying to hit on me?
You're bi?
Yeah, are you trying to hit on me?
Not really. No.
I mean, you're showing me your muscles and everything.
Really.
I assume you're trying to turn.
You sound like you have a little bit of. You sounded like you were kind of like hesitant to say no.
Like, ooh.
Oh.
Wait. He's like, well, stand up, JL.
Maybe you do like JL.
Yeah.
Let's show him some titties.
Yeah.
Hey, Gail, I'll arm wrestle you for that $10,000.
No.
Would it be a sexy arm wrestle?
I will beat your ass.
Let's arm wrestle. How much money you bet? How much money?
For an arm wrestling? No, because I'll beat your ass.
I'll live stream it.
How much you wanna bet me?
I'm there, man.
Pardon me?
All right, but hey, let's get to the end. There are a bunch of super chats that came in, and I'm gonna go ahead and start reading them off. Vlad, feel free to stay as long. I'm sorry. Hey, take care, bud. Take care, bud. We'll get you back on in the future, and I appreciate you you being here tonight. JL, do you have anything you'd like to say to Vlad before you get out? And Vlad, you can say the last word to JL, and I'll let y'all guys do that unmoderated. Just keep it short.
I'm good. Peace.
All right, Vlad, anything?
Glory to God. Glory to God.
Hail
Sagan.
Hail Sagan.
Hail
Sagan.
Yeah.
Hail Sagan.
Take care, Vlad. Vlad. Historical philosopher says the person that the piece is referring to lived around 60 BC. The other person referred to was executed in 134 AD. Neither one could be Jesus. So no, Vlad, you're wrong again. I'll let you look into that and respond to it at a future time because I know it's on the point and you got to run. But go ahead and thank you for coming on. And you have a good night, sir.
Good night, guys. God bless.
Yep.
Good night, Vlad.
Well, everybody. That was hey, I had a great time. This was fun. Like
that was great.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm really enjoying sitting here moderating stuff. And
I was off screen and I was like, I asked for this. I asked for this. I asked for this.
Well, that was special.
Very special.
Gee, it's quiet now.
Oh, that hurt my head.
It's funny how when you get rid of Vlad, everything goes quiet.
Yeah, the I'm assuming he's young Earth as well as Creator.
The way that he talks, I would assume.
But yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I listened to a young Earth creationist, but sometimes I think they're even more special than the flat earthers.
I put him on the same level. I mean, it's just denying reality and what we know. Like I have nothing against people who are religious. I think there's area for faith, but it's something completely different to doubt the scientific evidence for how long the Earth has been around or the shape of it and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it tells you something when, as a flat earther, Kent Hogan thinks you're stupid.
Yeah. That's pretty sad, yeah.
Yeah, because considering that as a very fundamentalist YEC, Kent Hovind could be forgiven for claiming flat Earth because of various passages in the Old Testament.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You haven't muted yourself, have you, Terry?
Yeah, that'd be right. That'd be right. So you missed my whole conversation.
That we were sat here quietly waiting for as well, that you might have noticed.
Yeah, that was what I was talking. Yeah, I said I'll abbreviate what I said. Yeah, I said, well, we'll leave it at that. That was their rounding out statement, and you'd love me to not play anymore. You'd love not to hear him Vlad talk anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd hate it if I replayed it.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
Where's that video
like
we're
Newt
talking
Donkey
about?
said, yeah, there's a place for faith, and you can't fault somebody for having faith as long as they don't also deny demonstrable truths. Oh, sorry, demonstrable stuff that's pretty obvious.
Grab that video. I can't find that video.
Which one are you looking for?
The one we were talking about earlier. Is it in Shoot You Shoot or because I know he gets shot. I thought he got shilled. So
I thought it was in any other. I think if you're looking for the one that I dropped, it was in any other vids.
you would have put it in any other. Maybe I should have grabbed it earlier.
Which one's that?
Again. Is it the one where he interviews Reckless Ben?
Nope. Oh.
Not that
It's down from that. Here. I pasted the link in the internal chat. That should have the timestamp with it.
Oh, I got that. I got that video. Timestamp 119. I think you've got.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. I'll pause that there. That's that video. Any requests out in the peanut gallery? What happened to our resident other flurfer out there? He just seemed to have disappeared. Oh, Dave.
Yeah, I
Dave
don't know
doesn't worry. Dave came back and just shrugged it off and whatever. But this other person
I think
seemed
he's
to have got a
still.
bit. No, he's not out there anymore. He hasn't been saying anything.
Yeah, I think he's still in the chat. I think he's just being quiet.
Yeah.
That's unusual.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything lately. Oh, we got thanks. That got it's flat. Like that's our pet resident flurfer.
Oh yeah, he showed up.
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, Gary Wybanger. Yeah, what happened to him? Well, did he get a bit testy because I showed how free will worked? Huh?
There, I'll give him a new question.
Yeah. Obviously, he hasn't followed my channel to know what's going on. Alright, so that's that one and that one. And I'm just waiting for the Peanuts if they've got any suggestions for in shield videos that I have. We've got... who else have we got we can play? I'll have to start from the bottom, work my way out. And then I'll get to any other vids. Somebody can look in the any other vids to see if there was anything posted, but I'm just going through Show Your Shit to see. Antov Petrov, second type of fusion confirmed inside our sun. Where's Wally's? Branty's challenge to measure Jupiter-Saturn angles. Is that to do with the planets being close to each other thing? That one?
Sounds like it might be.
It's Branty's challenge to measure. How long does that go for? Oh, it only goes for 2 minutes. I'll grab that. I'll grab Wally. I haven't heard from Wally for a while. I don't know where he's been hiding. Okay, that's Wally. Who else have we got? Professor Stick's got Flat Earther debunks Neil deGrasse Tyson. How long does that go for? That goes for 11 minutes. These guys like Professor Stick out in the Peanuts. So Terse wants aliens, UFOs, crystal healing, etc. All that woo stuff. I don't know. What's everyone's thought on all that woo type stuff in those other categories? He's got etc. So that's Karen too, isn't it, or is that different category? I don't go to do sovereign citizen stuff or anything like that. And we don't do that other one that starts with a V, Alan. So we don't do that one.
It looks like he's talking more woo style than
aliens,
Karen's.
UFOs, crystal healing. What, Yeti sightings or all those sort of things? I don't know, I've never really looked into any of that stuff. Karen's is a great top and Tersus.
As long as you're watching it on the internet and not having to deal with them in real life.
Oh, we've got Professor Stick. It goes for 11 minutes. If you just want to watch that, I could always fast forward it a little bit.
His videos are normally pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's got debunks Neil deGrasse Tyson, so that'll be interesting. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 videos.
Well, we definitely need at least one more.
Yeah, some are short. That one goes for 11 minutes. That one only goes for a little while. That one goes for 2.5 minutes. Professor Stick goes the same as that one. So I've got 2 long ones and 2 short ones.
Jin was asking for any anti-vax.
No, definitely not. No.
No.
No. We definitely don't want to go down that road. I know Plane to Walk was doing a lot of that stuff recently. What else have we got? Ancient
Well, if you
Gal.
want to do it, I better leave, haven't I?
No, I don't. I don't really want to do
Yeah.
it myself. Heard enough of that stuff. 10 billion year old galactic fossil found in the centre of the Milky Way. That's Anton Petrov.
Oh, that'd be cool.
He usually goes for a while. Are you talking about why Bang? Huh? What's he talking about? Okay, what about giants are real and they're... Oh, we did. Didn't we do giants and stuff like that similar to that a long time ago?
That's yeah, because we had but that's because we had.
Well, similar to that. We did similar
That's
to
because
like trees. The
that's
trees.
that's because we had Ross from Not Quite in Queensland, didn't we?
Yeah, back. Yeah, that was a while back. All that stuff. And how the coal seams of the roots of the tree that were
And
left over.
the giants digging out the
Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon and throwing the dirt up into the sky and it getting filled with helium and becoming the moon.
Oh, you're talking about Ozzie.
Yes, Ross from Not Quite in Queensland.
Yeah. Oh, he makes my head hurt.
Because for some reason I thought wherever it was was actually in Queensland. Because I thought he was somewhere near Brisbane.
Well, we might do 2 volleys because they're both short.
But apparently my Australian geography wasn't quite good enough.
Okay, there's that. So I've got 2 volleys, 2 short volleys. And if anyone's interested or not, even though we got the FDDA awards, Reg Redricks did the nomination for theirs, which we haven't got around to ours yet. We'll have to look into that in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't see any more.
Considering it's now December.
Ooh, yeah, it is.
Only got 3 weeks.
Yeah, what are we gonna do on what date? Okay, next Monday is a significant date in my calendar. So today week. So it's that time of year when I get older by a year. So okay, I'll scroll up as far as I can for anything in that Shilia's shit. I'll just see if anything's in any other vid. Thanks, Donkey, for the last one you put in any other vids.
Oh, yeah.
How long does it go for? Yeah, were you able to play that though? That's the only thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can play him.
I just thought it'd be funny.
Yeah, it is fun. It would be funny. I'll have to watch it separately. I haven't got around to it yet.
And since this is nicely new, thought you might just quickly like to see that. Evidence that the moon is not only a sphere, but that it has mountains and crap.
Oh, that's a pretty picture.
What do we got here? Oh, this is an Arctic reflection. So how's that go for? Yeah, we'll have to play one of his, otherwise he won't be happy with me. Yeah, I know. I better play one of them. Alright, okay, I think we've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I've got about half.
I might add to that one, Alan, it's definitely not a marshmallow.
Yeah.
I think it's cheese.
Yeah, it could be cheesy. I was going to say it's certainly got surface features, hasn't it?
Just checking the number
I just saw a
files.
UFO in that screenshot. Little white thing moving around. Look at that.
Yeah, I'd have to go to number file somewhere and ask him if I could play any of his videos. But usually like say with Matt Parker, with his math shows, he just said, yeah, sure, just do the normal, stop it every now and again and whatever. So,
Comment on it.
yeah, he said it's fine. It's fine. He said, you know what YouTube's like, just stop it every now and again. Yeah, but what's the limit of the stopping, Alan, do you think, for those type of ones?
Well, the thing is, it depends on. I mean, if a creator doesn't mind you essentially mirroring it within the stream, then you don't have. Then you have permission to show it, so you don't need to stop it because they're not going to strike you.
Yeah, I think if you are worried about that, as long as you stop it every few minutes and make a comment, I don't think there's a exact number. It's
No, there isn't any number. There isn't any number at all. There isn't any number at all. It would be down to the court case, and also, of course, which country you happen to be suing them in.
yeah. Well, it's also avoiding the algorithm from just knocking it, because even if the creator doesn't care, sometimes the algorithm will grab it and cause problems.
Yeah, I'd very much like to play it, but what can we do about it?
Ooh, that'd be a cool one for the future.
Well, what I'll do is I'll play a little bit of it and see if we can wing our way through it somehow. Share.
You have four fours, 4, 4, 4, and 4, and using all 4 fours, you have to create, using the mathematical operators, as many numbers as you can. So the way...
Well, I'll pause it at each thing like that.
Yeah.
So does he mean like putting mathematical symbols in between each number, like divide, plus, all that sort of stuff?
You've got powers. Is it powers, multiplication, and division, and then addition and subtraction.
Okay.
The way that we start with this
I'm
normally,
trying to think
if we're doing level 1 4 fours,
could be percentage.
All that you're allowed to use is addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Well, let's start at 0, and we're going to then go to 1, and we're going to 2. So with 0, how do you get 4 fours to equal 0? It's kind of easy. You can go 4 minus 4 plus 4 minus 4. That's 0.
That equals
Brilliant.
0.
We've got 0. Okay, let's put the 4 fours again to equal 1. Well,
do we need the sound?
Do 4 divided by 4. Now that's 1. Plus 4 minus 4. Or we could have done 4 divided by 4 divided by 4 divided by 4, which is 1 divided by 1, which is 1. Again, that's 1. There are also different ways,
easily.
and they get a little bit more complicated.
Now we get to
do
2.
And we can carry on.
That was... Did I see 2? What was 2? We done 1.
Yeah, I think it kind of...
that's 1. So
skims
4
past.
divided by 4 plus 4 minus 4 equals 1.
Get a little bit more complicated. And we can go and do 2.
What about 2? 4 minus... Yeah, this is where I get tricked up with math. When you've got the numbers with the brackets.
So you do brackets first and then...
What, so if you're writing that down on a bit of paper, you write down 4 plus 4 and you put 8 down on the bit of paper first.
Right. And then you do 8 divided by 4, and then 4 minus 2.
Equals 2.
And we can count.
Okay, 3. Same thing again. 16 minus 4
is 12 divided by 4 is 3.
3.
Carry on upwards.
4. Did that cross over a little bit? The image.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it in
going,
between frames.
Yeah, I got it in
When you
between
go
frames.
frame by frame, you're getting the fades between the.
No, I went fast forward instead of frame by frame.
Okay.
4 plus 4 times 4 minus 4. So 4 minus 4 is 0. 4 plus 4 is 8.
Oh yeah, 4 minus 4 is 0.
Yeah.
4 times 0 is 0. 0 plus 4 is 4.
Yep.
So what's 6?
We're up not up to 6 yet. We're up to 5.
Oh, right.
You're jumping ahead, Scott. I'm trying to work it out myself. 16 plus 4
Yeah.
is
Divided
20.
by 4.
20 divided by 4 is 5. Yeah. Come on. What did you... You're supposed to fast forward with that one. Right, there's your 6. 8 divided by 4. 2 plus 4 is 6. Yeah, that's easy. How complicated could this get?
How far?
So
10,
might
100, 1,000.
Yeah, let it go for a
I'm
little.
going to show you today. Grady, your mind will be blown. I will prove the 4 4s all the way up to infinity.
Infinity, even.
every number.
You can make every number up to infinity. It's a fantastic little proof, and we're going to get there because we need to we need to clarify the operators first. We can get up to 10.
Scott, either turn it up louder so we can hear it or turn it down.
What, do you want to hear it?
No. That's why I paused it, because it was coming through.
Just with these, plus, minus, multiplication, and division.
Okay, just with
To get
that.
up to
Just
20,
with that. What do you call the plus, minus, and those? Not those things.
They're just the basic operators. Plus
Operators.
brackets.
Okay, operators. Okay.
we need to introduce some other things. What we need to introduce is concatenation, which means that just like we've got 4, 4, 4, 4, we can bring them together. So we can actually bring them together and consider that, say, 44.
44,
We
right.
introduce the decimal point, so one of these could be 0.4. And we
4.
introduce the factorial, which means it's 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. And also
Wow.
we need
We're bringing in
square root.
bringing in other things into
so
it, though.
square root of 4 is obviously 2. You might think, well, that's spoiling this.
Yeah,
other-
just higher end operators.
Okay. I've never heard of
and the decimal point.
I've never heard of some of those ones. The factorial, the exponent, and the concatenation.
Concatenation. Concatenation is, I think, fairly unusual in as a mathematical operator.
Yeah, I think only like pure maths really uses it. Factorial comes up a bit in higher math. So it's just whatever number you do, you multiply by all the numbers below it. So it's 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 in this case.
I hope somebody's keeping an eye on the chat, because I might have missed something.
No, they were talking about lifespans for a bit, and then that we might lose some people because we're talking about math. And
Well, you're losing me, but I'm still showing it. Hey, you got to bear it. You got to bear it. You got to. If I got to bear it, you've got to bear it. Peanuts.
Simple puzzle, but actually factorial, concatenation, decimal and square root are really basic. They're kind of in our basic armory, so I think that's fine. Well, how far can we do with all of these? We can definitely get up all the way to 50. Higher than 50, we can get up pretty high. We can get up to 100, but in fact, we need to start introducing other ones. And I'll show you one of the ones that doesn't work with all of these is, say, 99. I'm going to show you how to do 99. So 99, there are different ways to do this, but this is the one that I quite like. It all depends which is the new symbol you're going to
get 99 out of it.
4 over 4 as a percentage is 100, minus 1 is 99. So that's quite a clever way. And the good fun thing about the 4
okay, or 4 over 4, because that's a fraction, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, fractions are the same as like a division problem.
Which, just say you're bored on a plane or a train, you can just start at the beginning and then just go up. And if you've got a long haul flight, you might be able to get up to 500 or something. Some purists might disagree and say this is really ugly and prefer something else. Some people introduce things like the triangle number of, or there's lots of combinatorial symbols that you can do, you know, 4 choose 4, or 4 factorial choose 4. But already, with the operations that I've mentioned here, well, we have pretty much everything we need. The only other one that we need to get up to infinity is log. And log is a pretty simple thing.
Sounds complicated.
Do you mean
bring in log?
Logs are really simple once you understand them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, log is to division what exponents are to multiplication, if that makes any sense.
No, but thanks for your explanation.
So like multiplication is like adding groups of the same number. Exponents are multiplying groups of the same number together. Log is just going in the opposite direction, or the inverse direction.
I remember the word at school.
Yeah, so 10 raised to the 10 squared is 100, yeah?
Yeah.
Because it's 10 times 10. So the log of the base 10 log of 100 is 2. So the log is basically, so you take 10 and square it. The log of that, the log of the result of that is 2.
Log or all different types of log?
We're going to get there, because actually the log that we need is log base 4.
4.
Of course, it had to be 4. And we're also going to use log base half. This is your brief refresher on what a log is, okay? So if a equals b to the c, then the log base b of a equals c. So that's basically the same thing. Let's put some numbers in.
That's what I just. That's what I just said in longer words.
Yep.
It's handy when you've got a bit of paper to write it.
Write it down,
so that you can see it.
Yeah. Well, now change the A and the B and the C into what you said, Alan.
Yeah. So I said 10 squared. So B is 10. C is 2, A becomes 100, so log base 10 of 100 equals 2.
Ah, I sort of get it.
Log 4.
You're also being called out for the dirty numbers of the video.
Hey, read rule D.
4 to 4 is 1, okay? Because 4 to the 1 is 4.
I think I've already seen something like this once before, and it did jog me memory back in the day for the number, for some reason.
So the log base 4 of 4 is 1.
Oh, I was going to try to get it before he did it.
Is 4 squared. So the log, the base 4 of 16 equals
is 4.
2. 64
Oh, no,
equals
2.
4 cubed. So log the base 4, 64.
Oh, now he's getting in the
3.
cubed.
Can you see there's a pattern
Square
here?
was. I was going to
Basically,
figure out
log
square,
the
and now
base
he's bringing
4
out cube.
of 4 to the n equals n. N doesn't have to be a whole number. So
No?
the square root of n is the same thing as n to the half. So let's translate that here. We have got log the base 4.
And when you said he's got a bit of paper, Alan, he's got a big piece of paper.
Yeah.
A long
square
roll
root
of wrapping
of 4,
paper.
Yeah.
which is actually log the base 4 of 4 to the half equals half. And let's do the square root of the square root of n, which is the same thing as n to the half times half, which is the same thing as n to the quarter. We get log base 4 of the square root of 4 equals log the base 4 equals a quarter. I'm just going to carry on because it's all over. So log the base 4 of the square root of the square root of the square root of 4 equals log.
He's got to run out of paper.
4 equals 1/8. So we are half the way there to proving the full 4s to infinity, because what we've actually done, we've got 2 4s. We know that this expression here, we know log 4 to the square root of 4 is half. Log 4 to the square root of the square root of 4 is a quarter. So we know that just using 2 4s, we can get the halving sequence, which goes half, quarter, eighth. So we've got 2 4s left, and let's see how we can get there. Another bit of paper. We're going to do it all on this next
plus,
bit of paper.
minus,
we had
or
log
something.
4 of 4 to the n is n. It's actually the same, whatever we have here. So it would be the same. Log half to the n equals n, right? And so let us now try to find the log base half of these things here. What I'm going to do, the answer is always log base half of half. That's 1. Log base half of a quarter, okay, we get 2 4s to do that, is the same thing as log base half of half squared, which equals 2. Log
equals 2.
base
Okay.
half of an eighth is log base half.
Well, that means you'd be able to get the other numbers for the 4.
Which equals 3.
Right.
Well, that makes it easy then. And then you can get the individual numbers.
We know that 2 4s goes into here, and in here, and in here. We just need to find a way of expressing log base half with 2 4s.
2 4s.
So we need to find a way of expressing half in 2 4s, but half is obviously 2 over 4, but that same thing as root 4 over 4. So here we can say that log to the base root 4 over 4 of log 4 root 4 is 1, because that is half, and that's log a half, and so that's 1.
So you used all 4 4s then?
So I've got all 4 4s. Earlier I showed you how you can use the 4 4s to make 1 in a very, very simple way. 4 divided by 4 plus 4 minus 4.
Well, he's used all the
1.
4s.
But you can also do it here. Log to the root 4 over 4 of log to the base 4 of root 4 is 1. But log to the base 4 over 4 of log base 4
Well, he's used
of
2
the
4s
square root
now.
of the square root of 4 equals 2. So
He's,
this will
he's used
expand
them all, but
out
now he can just add
and
on those square roots to get to the other
is equal
numbers.
to the number.
So you just
Exactly.
if you put a billion square root signs there, you get a billion.
Yeah, if you have a bit of paper big enough to write log 4 over 4 of log 4, the square root of the square root of the square root, so much that you have a billion square root signs of square root of 4.
That'd be a billion, up to a
Including
billion.
everything, there are a billion square root signs. That would equal a billion. The 4 4s
There we
is
go.
a puzzle that was first written down in the late 19th century, and you see very clearly in the
So my
1890s,
four's got
there's a boom in
another
this puzzle.
significant
Then in like the 1930s, there's another
in
boom.
mathematics.
Paul Dirac has a go at it, and Paul Dirac, who famously loved mathematical puzzles, basically beats the puzzle, completely defeats the puzzle. Before, it's this idea: how high can you go? What are the operators that you're going to need? And he
How
just
many
says,
square
well,
roots could
with
you
just
stack?
logs and square roots,
infinity,
I
yeah,
can
that's
bust
it.
this. It's broken. I can solve it all the way to infinity.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Number 5, great channel.
Yeah, it is.
Indeed, it really is. Brady does some really good work because he does computer file as well.
I don't think Computer File, like, he owns the channel, but I don't think that one is actually done by him. But he does a bunch of, he has a chemistry one. He has a ton of channels.
Brady films a lot of the computer file stuff.
Okay.
I especially like his work with the professor from Nottingham.
Yeah.
Whose dad worked at Bletchley decoding Enigma.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Because they did a series. Because he did a series on Enigma. I can't remember, and I'm terrible. I can't remember the guy's name. Because he's worked with, he worked with some of the great sort of Unix and C programming and stuff in the past.
Yeah.
It's Computer File is, I think, owned by Nottingham University. But
okay.
But it's certainly Brady films the majority of it.
Yeah, like I said, he's got a ton of other ones. He's got 66 symbols, periodic table or something like that. Bunch of them. He does a few different podcasts as well.
So that means everyone in the peanut gallery can write an equation from now till infinity, as long as they write that equation, not the answer.
Right. but that equation involves all of that number.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, we'll have to think of another way around it.
Yeah, I'm sure you could design something similar using different numbers.
Yeah. Well, they've been doing it. They've been doing Morse code. They've been doing other math equations. It has to equal 4.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, as I put in the chat earlier, there is always the as we would say in reading it as if it were a decimal equation. 22 minus 2 equals 11.
It's a true statement.
Howard says, if I can't work these out on paper, they go straight through my head.
but not base 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, maths like sport. You've got to practice to be good at it. Yeah.
Professor Brailsford was the guy I was trying to think of. I just looked him up.
Now, who wants to see Irish Demon for a different reason than what you think? Okay, this is courtesy of Donkey. He picked up on this. I don't know, I must have missed this one. Where's it at? I've gone back a half a minute just to lead up.
Filter. Yeah, it does happen. That's why you need.
I think it'll happen like a minute.
Yeah, I only went back a couple of seconds.
Yeah, because I had gone back a few seconds already.
Well, thankfully,
he's got fish tanks in the background of some sort.
Stray and dirt.
Yeah, he does a bunch with fishing. With fish.
Was that a grinder on your desk? Yes. I'm a medical cannabis user. Actually, I haven't had some in a couple of days now.
Medical cannabis? He says he lives in Australia.
Yeah.
Where on earth did he get a doctor? Because it's illegal to get medical cannabis to get used. Because I have never heard of that in Australia.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, but there is plantations now for medical marijuana. There are some states that have legalised it.
Oh, I don't know about it in New South
For that-
Wales. I
for
know
that purpose,
ACT is legal to grow it and have it. I've heard of that.
yeah, South Australia.
And South
I
Australia.
don't know if it's still like that, but South Australia did have it legal so you can have.
Can you turn your TV off when you're talking, Scott?
Yeah.
Maximum of two plants.
Mm.
But that's gone like 20 years ago. I don't know if it's still like that.
I got no idea
No.
what the rules are. I only heard that Canberra was legalising it for personal use sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I used to have it years ago to help me out with my back and pains and that. I used to get it, used to help out a lot, but they don't. You can't buy it off the street like the good stuff anymore that you used to be able to get. It's turned to crap, the stuff they get now. Well, you need to get a better doctor. I'll have to ask me doctor then.
From my doctor, it's pretty trippy.
Oh, Dave says I have an appointment to get on Friday. Yeah, what state you in, Dave?
When the fucking... Oh, that smells so good. I gotta have some actually. It's pretty trippy when the postman rocks up with literally a tub of weed and he doesn't even know it. It's kind of funny to me, but anyway. Yeah, I've got guppies. I've got rare guppies too. Like back there, I've got bluegrass guppies. Not super rare. Over there in one of the dark breeding tanks, I've got albino red Moscow guppies, which are fucking expensive. They're like $60 for a pair. And
what? It costs $500 a week if you buy from government. You'll have to explain this a bit more over in Discord later, Dave, about all that. New South Wales. Yeah, well, I'm in
female
New South
just
Wales.
gave birth to about 30
You mean
babies,
just ask me
and
doctor
usually
about
you'd
it,
be
or
lucky to catch one or two before
that's
she
what it
eats
costs
them.
you a week,
And I caught
$500 a
like
week
20 of
if you
them.
buy it.
So that's a nice little payoff right there. So that'll help going towards. Ow! What the fuck? My leg is bleeding.
What?
That just happened. I'm not even kidding. My whole leg is bleeding right now. What the fuck was that? My leg is bleeding. My leg got a knee period. What the fuck? Oh, I know what that is. I was cleaning my car earlier and I knelt on something and got just a little nick, but it just popped right back open. What the fuck, dude? Oh, well. Well, it's been fun, guys. I'm probably going to bleed out now. Yeah, Black Widow spider fucking bit me on the knee, yeah. Motherfucker. It could have been. No, I'm pretty sure it's the same spot. No, it's a different spot. I'm not even joking. It does kind of look spider bitey. Oh, shit. I think you guys are right. It's right next to where... See, I can't really show you because the camera, you won't be able to see it. But it's right next to where the cut from this morning is. But it's not the same cut. And it's got two little holes. It's got two holes. Hold on. Ah, that's not going to work. I'm not going to be able to...
Swearjartus.
Yeah, that could be a spider bite, man. Ah, shit. Like, you can actually see the two blood spots from where the two holes are.
So it wasn't a snake?
Is this bad? Like... Ooh, I actually feel a bit dizzy.
When he finds a spider, or whatever it bit him,
I think that's just because I'm
evidence.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Nah, I reckon it's just. I reckon it's from when I knelt on something earlier, maybe.
He goes back and forth for a bit.
Oh shit, dude. Fuck, it's bleeding really bad, man. Oh well.
Well, if it was a spider, you'd feel it.
Just watched myself back. Fucking hit my head so hard. I don't know what I was thinking, dude. Yeah, it's still bleeding like crazy, dude. What the fuck? Anyway, maybe it is a spider. Who cares? Poor bastard. Yeah, look under the desk. I didn't even think of that, man. It's not the first time. I've been bitten by spiders in this fucking house a few times because it's an older house.
That got nothing to do with it.
Well, I'll be damned. There's a tiny little fucking spider under here. I'm not even kidding. Holy shit, man. No way. Let me try to get a photograph of this. Well, I'll be a son of a bitch. A little brown guy. What the fuck? Holy shit, man. What?
Did you take a photo of it?
Guys, I'm freaking out here. Like, what the fuck kind of spider is this?
I don't think so.
Hold on, I gotta fucking...
Well, he said he was going to take a photo of it.
This thing, right?
Yeah, he says he does,
I'll be
but
right
I don't
back.
think he ever shows it on the stream.
It's not hard to do. I was going to grab the bacon. Revenge.
I just made him angry now.
I just made him angry.
What the? Oh shit, dude! It's bleeding really bad, man. Is this normal or like is this?
You're supposed to capture the spider and take it down to the hospital or somewhere and get it identified.
Yeah.
Or you could Google on the pictures and see if you can find an image of a spider.
Brown recluse, baby huntsman.
No, huntsmen haven't got fangs like that.
Does it look like a violin?
What?
Clive Wild says the Australian little brown spider is the most deadly spider in the world. Fuck right off. Guys, I'm not even kidding. It got me good. It's so fucking bleeding. Oh, shit. I can't fucking believe. I honestly, I can't believe.
I'll have to Google that ourselves and see if I can find a spider for Australia.
It might just be my brain here, but
yeah, he describes it as a small brown spider, but
like, is this legitimately a bad thing? Or?
I haven't seen a picture of it, so I can't.
I feel fine.
Yeah,
I feel fine.
Yeah, I
I'm in
can't help
Western
you either.
Australia. I'm in Perth.
I haven't heard of one. Brown.
Yeah, we got a bunch in the U.S. that are brown, but I don't know how Australia is.
Oh, you've got similar spiders are all similar in like you've got the black widow, which is basically our redback.
It's squashed to shit now.
Right.
It's really tiny.
But ours has got a red stripe on its back.
God, dude. What kind of spiders do we have over here?
But I don't think it's as big as your black widow.
Our
redback's about the size of a 20-cent piece or 10-cent, what you call a dime. A bit smaller than a 20-cent piece, maybe.
Is it?
Yeah, I think our black widows are slightly bigger than that. They're not very big.
Shit. No, that's not it.
Brown
we
recluses
see
get
them all the
pretty
time
big.
in our backyard. You only got to lift up a bit of wood or a piece of tin or
Dude,
something like that out in the backyard and you'll find one.
Freaking out here, man.
Yeah.
If you leave them alone, they leave you alone.
Shit.
Yeah.
I feel fine, but it is definitely numb. Like, I mean, I can't feel the skin around it. Skin around it's going kind of dark.
You should go to hospital.
I would have stopped. Yeah, I would have stopped the stream by this point and like gone to the hospital or something.
Yeah. And taken the spider with you in the jar.
See, it's got to be because he's Irish, because I don't think the Irish have any deadly spiders.
What is this spider? Sorry, no.
No, neither do we. Neither do we in England or Scotland or Wales or Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Or the UK for that matter.
Fullhammer, if there's one spider, there's probably more. Light the entire house on fire and burn the rest of Ozzie land down. It's the only way to be sure. That's kind of what I'm thinking, actually.
That's a bit drastic.
I think it's the only appropriate measure.
Have crushed, catch and identify.
I think that's sort of like a
Not
quote
true.
from a
I was
movie
told
in
by a
some
doctor before
context.
that you shouldn't actually catch the spider and bring it in because they have
Just
the
something to
antivenom
be
for
sure
all
or
of them.
whatever. Nuke it from space or something.
Tay, I'm going to
Yeah,
send
yeah.
you a
Just to
picture
be
of
sure.
my hairy knee.
Drop one of the
check
iron
this
rods
shit out
from
to me.
space on it.
Like, guys, that does not look right. Like, I'm sorry, but...
I don't want to see your friggin' leg. I want to see the spider.
Yeah.
Too bright. Oh, fucking... Oh, shit. It's
Turn
too
your
bright. You can't
brightness.
see
Turn
shit.
your brightness down on the
That doesn't
camera,
look right
on
to
the
me,
phone.
guys.
Yeah.
You don't have the brightness up so high.
That does not look right to me. Tay, I'm sending it to you right now. Identify it, please. I hope I don't die.
Not by the bite, you can't. We need to see the spider.
Yeah, yeah.
Self-amputation. Alright.
Where's the spider?
Fuck that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think what spiders over this side can do you damage. I don't think any can though, can they? Can they?
Spiders here
It's
can
not
do
a
you
redback.
damage?
I know it's not a redback. It's not a trapdoor spider. Black house spider looks...
Yeah, no, he's Irish, but he lives in Australia.
Yeah.
Ugh,
I think he lives on the west side of Australia.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
you
it's
know what?
Perth way,
I
isn't it?
think
Yeah, I don't think he's been in Australia that long. His accent's
think
too
this is it.
still too
Well,
much.
Yeah,
a garden spider.
yeah, he is Perth, WA.
No, it says that its bite is extremely rare. I think it could be a baby huntsman, actually. I
No.
just looked up baby huntsman, and that actually looks right.
I've never known a huntsman to bite anyone.
Yeah, so Tay reckons it's definitely a spider
Oh.
bite.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
If you
They
get
can
an
bite.
angry, they will. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Look up recluse.
But they're not poisonous, are they?
Recluse
No.
spider.
No, not at all.
Where do they live, though? Because I'm in Perth, like.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that does kind of look right. That actually does kind of look... Where do they live, though? Do they live in Western Australia?
The spiders are all over Australia.
Yeah.
They're not in Australia, are they? Oh, well.
You guys don't get recluses?
Yeah, huntsmans won't hurt, but
What's that?
they fucking... No, they do hurt. They just... They
like
won't
brown
cause
recluse
damage,
and
but
stuff?
They definitely do hurt.
It's a family of spiders.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I should call a doctor, because I'm not even fucking playing now. My knee is actually gone completely numb.
Ooh.
Still bleeding, too. That's not good, right?
Yeah, if by this time he'd be feeling
Like,
the effects of
This
it if
could
it was a
only
poisonous
happen to
spider.
me. This could literally only fucking happen to me. In the middle, just about to stop live stream, go make my fucking dinner, and I get bitten by a bastard spider. Yeah, it's gone all shiny and black, and not black, but kind of dark. Okay, I'm fucking, that's it. I'm freaking out now. Officially freaking out.
Yeah, from the sounds of it, I would assume whatever bit him had a bit of toxin in the
so,
bite, but not enough
Kay
to affect a
says,
human, because it sounds like it
it's
affected
lines,
around the
not
bite area, but
dots,
not much
so
past
it
it.
has big bitey claws, which means most likely not venomous. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is just typical, man. Alright, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go and check this out a bit more, because it is starting to swell up a bit.
Go to your local medical centre. But get the picture of the
I'm
spider.
gonna go, guys. I'll go call the doctor and see what he says. Because,
You
it's
haven't got a
So-
medical centre?
feeling a bit weird right
Call
now.
a doctor.
But I feel fine now. But like, it feels a bit numb and it's kind of swelling up a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna go. See you later, guys. Thank you. Bye. If I die, I'll let you know.
He did an update and said that he went down to a neighbor that is like a field medic or whatever that looked at it or whatever and said, yeah.
Okay.
Gave him, I think, some antihistamines or something like that, and said he would be fine.
Well, he must be. He was back on the live stream there with Team Skeptic, so.
Yeah.
So good news is he's not dead.
No.
Not yet.
Yeah, it might be a prolonged reaction. It might take a few years.
I ain't dead yet. Sorry, we there was Monty Python references earlier in the stream.
I know. I kept somebody bagged me up because I hadn't seen them. I've seen bits and pieces of them, but I haven't seen complete movies.
He's not a Holden. He's a very naughty boy.
Alan, I'm going to have to grab the movies in order over on Discord, and we'll play them and we'll watch them because I can grab them from somewhere.
Yeah.
So you know which.
You can watch them in any order.
Can you? What, they don't particularly matter?
Yeah. No, it's they're not related to one another because
at all.
Oh, okay.
It's just the same comedy group.
Yeah.
I think they were made. I think it was made. Holy Grail. Was it Holy Grail, Brian, and then
Meaning of Life.
Yes, and then the Meaning of Life. I forget.
Okay.
I remember Holy Grail. I remember Life of Brian coming out. It getting banned in various places in the UK, and of course, so that absolutely made one have to go and see it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, banning things always makes it.
Why they banned? Yeah, why they banned it? Well, I'm about to go and see this. Find out why.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, let's ban a song about gay sex. Oh, let's make it go to #1 in the UK charts for 6 weeks.
Well, I won't watch it later, Alan. I'll wait till you wake up, maybe later on tonight. I might watch one.
Yeah.
I've got to go and make a coffee, so while we're doing that, we'll watch Wally.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, Level Earth Observer and his ludicrous inability to understand everything.
Crazy stuff. Let's have a look. Look at the moon. Look at the craft. Let's just stop for a moment and appreciate someone's incredible work and detail on that bottom of that spacecraft there.
His personal incredulity is out of control yet again. Well, Adam, let me just have a look at this last little bit of the landing video.
Ready and cut. See the cut? Maybe I came in rather early.
And you're right, there is one frame dropped. But that doesn't really matter. We've got to remember this is only 1 frame per second, so it's a very slow video because it's coming a very long way on a very slow link. We'll forgive him for that, won't we, Adam? But did you notice that that landing frame is exactly the same? There might have been 1 frame dropped, but it still shows all the same bits and pieces. Now, how did you miss that, Adam? Oh, and speaking of what you missed, Adam, did you notice here that there was 3 little rocks all in a row? And then on this frame, there's still 3. And now on this one, oh, look, the 3rd one's rolling away. What could be pushing it away? And now it's gone. Oh, dear, look at all those streaky lines. What were they? They weren't on any of the other frames, Adam. How come you just aren't able to understand what you're seeing, mate? You're just so busy being personally incredulous. Ludicrous, Adam. Absolutely ludicrous.
The most exciting bit would be the landing, so why have we got cunning cuts?
Oh,
And
Yeah,
the
it
ground
looks
where
like
it's
it's not
landed now
being
doesn't even look
shared.
like where it was just coming.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, Level Earth Observer and his ludicrous inability to understand everything.
Crazy stuff. Let's have a look. Look at the moon. Look at the craft.
Are we not able to?
Let's just stop for a moment and appreciate someone's incredible work and detail on that bottom of that spacecraft there.
His personal incredulity is out of control yet again. Well, Adam, let me just have a look at this last little bit of the landing video.
Ready and cut. See the cut? Maybe I came in rather early.
And you're right, there is one frame dropped, but that doesn't really matter. We've got to remember this is only 1 frame per second, so it's a very slow video because it's coming a very long way on a very slow link. We'll forgive him for that, won't we, Adam? But did you notice that that landing frame is exactly the same? There might have been 1 frame dropped, but it still shows all the same bits and pieces. Now, how did you miss that, Adam? Oh, and speaking of what you missed, Adam, did you notice here that there was 3 little rocks all in a row? And then on this frame, there's still 3. And now on this one, oh, look, the 3rd one's rolling away. What could be pushing it away? And now it's gone. Oh dear, look at all those streaky lines. What were they? They weren't on any of the other frames, Adam. How come you just aren't able to understand what you're seeing, mate? You're just so busy being personally incredulous. Ludicrous, Adam. Absolutely ludicrous.
The most exciting bit would be the landing. So why have we got cunning cuts? And the ground where it's landed now doesn't even look like where it was just coming in.
Adam, why are you not seeing these 3 rocks becoming 2.5 becoming 2? Have a word with yourself, Adam. Oh dear, Adam, he just cannot review video at all, can he? Oh dear. Anyway, while we're at it, Adam popped up a Thunderbird 5 the other day. I guess he must think that's the duck's nuts, the bee's knees.
Let's have a look. You tell me who you think comes out on top. It's going to be tough. Same generation, same time, same tech. This should be a toughie. First up, Thunderbirds 5. Nice retro spacecraft there, space station. It's quite well thought out. Like the contrasting colours. Nice. From the low res footage we've got there, build quality looks pretty tidy, details nice as well. I give that 4 out of 10 if I'm honest. Now, I wanted to be kind there, but 4 out of 10 is all I can give that.
Well, yes, Thunderbird 5, that's a brilliant piece of cartoon animation. Not a lot of detail though, is there? It's a bit like an FX model, really. Let's compare the Thunderbird 5 to the ISS.
Well, that was easy, wasn't it, Adam? Barely an inconvenience. Because, Adam, why do you have to keep going back to all the old stuff? Come and play with all the new super duper high res image stuff. You know, the bits where you can't see a bog roll anywhere?
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on.
Let's have a look at, I don't know, someone like, say, Terry Virts, crawling through some of the infrastructure of the ISS. Wow, now there is so many bits and pieces here, I do not even know where to begin. And look, there's a little bit of Earth poking out down the bottom there. Wow.
Looks round to
I
me.
could look at this for hours. Literally, I just did. This is absolutely amazing. Terry Virts did an amazing job. They were running a couple of cables through somewhere to somewhere else. I guess they knew what they were doing. But it is just so much fun just watching these guys crawling around up here. Oh, Adam, while Terry Virts is just finding his way around this truss on the ISS, have you noticed the build quality on this thing, mate? Look at the welds on that stuff. Man, this thing is built to last, isn't it? I don't really see any bog rolls anywhere. Certainly no airfix. Man, this thing is really built to last, isn't it, Adam? Look at the size of those welds. Look at those bolts.
But I just wanted to analyse to see who came out on top for realism. 8 out of 10 I'm going to give that for realism and build quality. That's not bad. That's a pretty good showing there.
Well, finally, Adam. It took a little bit of getting you there, but you eventually realised that the ISS is real. It's built to last. Very solid construction. Nothing like a potato wrapped in alfoil. Well, I guess that puts the end to your whole pantomimes claims now, doesn't it, Adam? Very good to see.
Just another person trying to debunk that sort of stuff. Sorry about the earlier on. I didn't realise I forgot to transition. I stepped away to make a cuppa, so I didn't get to see the first bit, but from what I could see, they were showing a bit of the moon landing as well, was it? Or something landing on the moon?
I think it was footage from the Chinese drone or whatever that just made a trip out there.
Oh, that's
the
right.
Chinese lander thing.
Yeah. Yeah, just say nah, it's all fake. It's all CGI'd. Made by Pixar.
Yeah. Disney's part of the Illuminati, something.
Now, even though it cost probably $1,000 billion to do it by CGI version compared to doing it for real, that's irrelevant, isn't it? Just spend more money doing it CGI than try to do it real. Yeah.
I'd really like to know how they were doing it in the 60s when we didn't have CGI.
Mm.
Well, the military has technology that the rest of us don't know about. That's
the
right.
Excuse. Yes, that's it. Yeah, they got.
So how long have they had? How long have they had these high power digital computers that could then be converted back so that it turned into chemical virtual images on film?
For decades. Decades.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the first computer was built in the 50s, so, right away they could do high,
The first stored programmable computers was 1945.
Well, when did the first P1 camera come out? Because we're up to the P900, P1000, so the P1 camera.
Actually, there is a there's a Sony analog digital digital camera. There's a Sony digital stills camera from the 90s, I think, that takes 3.5-inch floppy disks.
Oh, it takes the little mini ones. Wow.
Well, not little mini ones, but takes 3.5-inch floppy disks.
How many pictures can you save on it?
Well, I think it might. I think it was actually really high resolution because I think it was VGA.
Oh, VGA, yeah.
So 644/80, and it might even 8-bit color.
Oh wow, yeah, that would be nice.
I think 8-bit color because I'm pretty sure it did. I'm pretty sure it post-dates and therefore uses the JPEG encoding system.
Oh, Jose wants you to debunk him.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking at that. Here's the original video. Shit, this was done 2 years ago.
Yeah, when Jose was definitely on the FE side.
Oh, he only thinks he was. It was all a bad dream, Jose.
Yeah, you can click 1.4 meg 1.4 megabytes on a 3.5 inch floppy.
You woke up from the flat Earth. Next we'll get you to wake up from space denial.
Yeah, I know. I've got too much evidence for that to prove space.
Yeah.
Where do you want me to start? We'll keep doing Wally. I'll get rid of Wally first. And then we've got... How long are we going to keep you up for, Alan?
I don't know, but I think I might have to go to bed soon.
Do you want to watch anything before you do, in particular out of what I've got? We've got Arctic Reflections left. We've still got Flat Earther Debunks Neil deGrasse Tyson, Professor Stick. We've got Simon Dan's Flat Earther plus Maths equals hard fail. And then we've got Jose's one. We'll look at that too. So take your pick.
Well, if Jose's one requires some debunking, that would be...
would you like to do that one, and then we'll do the rest of the videos after you go?
Yeah. If we've got to debunk Jose, that would probably be.
Yeah. Well, we've been going for 3 hours already, Alan. So I'm not going to be going for another 3 hours. No,
because I was just thinking if the Jose one needs some debunking, it would give me something to do other than just sitting here watching it.
Yeah, I've got the link you just put in there, Jose. I grabbed that, not the original. Okay. And, which is usually the original that you usually go to mainly, not the people what they debunk.
Right.
Yeah. That's the way you usually do it anyway.
Because I've kind of been putting off trying to go to bed due to the fact that when I went outside and photographed the moon and stuff earlier, I still have camera gear scattered all over my bed that I've got to put away before I go to bed.
Well, Witsit had Nathan Thompson on live right now. What a total cluster.
Oh, wow.
Witsit had Nathan Thompson. What, Witsit's got his own channel? Well, Witsit's got their own channel,
don't they?
Yeah, I don't know.
Seems like it nowadays.
Okay. Well, I've got another half hour at least in me for now. So, no, we'll do the Jose one. The others, we'll just have to play the other ones during the week. Oh, it only goes for 2 minutes anyway. That's fine. Transition. There we go. I don't want music. No, can't play the music. Train tracks don't mean anything because they're not level to the surface. And that's just
they follow the contours.
Yeah, and that's just heat haze coming off the ground because they're always hot around the rocks of the ballast around the tracks. So that's going to look like that. And tracks are only just following the contours of the surface. Yeah. What else do you want to know?
He's saying something bendy bridge, bendy train track.
Yeah, bendy train tracks is only because it's following the contours of the surface that they laid them on.
Yeah.
And the heat haze coming off it's from the ballast that's under the tracks because they heat up.
See, part of the reason that this is different, that this is so obviously different from the Pontchartrain Bridge photos, is that this is so obviously photographed from a very low elevation.
Yeah.
And the Pontchartrain Bridge is obviously photographed from well above it.
You know, but the two rails of the train track never meet.
Yeah,
and they never cross over each other.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to equate the bendy bridge and bendy track image. That's what.
Jose says the music is copyright. Not a
copyright
problem.
free. Yeah, I'm not worried about the music because there's no talking. So that was 2 years ago, that sort of stuff. Well, that was the Lake Positron thing too. That was a few years back now too.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
No, you could have done. You could have done better, Jose, with the train track thing. But you didn't know what you know now to what you knew then. That's always the way.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when people don't equate the same thing in the same way. Because of the fight.
I was trying to sneeze, but I can't mute myself quick enough. Identical? What's identical? What, train tracks are identical to the positron image? The positron goes over.
I think he was laughing at himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, November 2018, Jose. That's a long time ago. That's back when Flat Earth was more or less not at a peak, but things were coming out. I remember back then. That might have been back when I started, roughly around that time period, if I can remember. Ah, you should have. Yeah, you should have seen a bunch of people mirrored it. Yeah, they would do. Yeah, they would have back then. Well, I'm going to ignore Alan because he's going to go off to bed. So.
Well, I'm here for a minute, but I figured the wire on the headphones is just long enough for me to scoop my chair over next to the bed so that I can start putting at least my big telephoto lens away in its bag.
Oh, well, I'll give you something else to listen to then. Simon goes for 11 minutes. What else have I got left? I've still got the other Wally, so I'll just play the little ones for now. And then I'll leave the two longest ones. Oh, pardon me. So we finished with Jose. Who's next? YouTube. Press that. Do that. Sound. There we go. Now this one I don't know anything about because it's to do with the Jupiter-Saturn angles.
G'day everybody, Where's Wally here? Well, today I'm back on the experiment trail. And this is going to be a little bit different because I'm going to ask Brandon Toy to come and do this one with me. Brandon, you have quite a nice little following now that you've inherited the Branchy Show. So why don't you actually get in and do some science? How about you ask all your followers to, just after dark, take a photo of Jupiter and Saturn. Now they're very close together in the evening sky. And how about we all measure the angle between those two planets from vertical and report that back to you along with your latitude of where you were when you took the photo. So all you need is maybe a string line if you really want to be scientific, and an angle on your photograph just after dark, Saturn and Jupiter, and your latitude from where you took the photo. And let's all report in to Branty, And over the next week or so, let's just see what we see. I mean, I have a fair idea what we're going to see, Brandon, and I'm not sure how you're going to explain it, but let's have a go. So Brandon, I look forward to you doing this experiment with me. I'll ask my subs to do this too, and we'll tabulate the results and see what we can see. How about that? And to make it easy to submit a photo to me, you can either use my email address and just send me the photo and your latitude, or you can use this little web form. Here's the address here and in the description, and just upload your image there and fill in a few little details. I'll keep everything extremely confidential, of course. I'm not going to tell anyone anything except what we found. I think I know exactly what we're going to see because I basically checked it out on Stellarium. And here's what I see in Brisbane when that matches my sky, and here's what you'd see in London. And it's tipped back the other way. Now that's a bit odd. And if you look at it at the equator, you see this. So I know what we're going to see, guys. And it's going to be really interesting to hear how this gets explained on a flat Earth model of any sort, Gleam, any type of flat Earth model.
Looks like you guys in Australia will get a really good view of it.
It looks like it'll be on the sunset or the sunrise. I didn't get to pick up on that.
I think it's just after sunset. At least where I'm at, I think they were saying just after sunset is the best time to view it. But for us, it's right at the horizon. So
I can already hear their answers coming through now. We don't know what they are. They're just luminaries. It's atmospheric refraction.
We've never been there, so we don't know that's true.
They say that of the moon, but I'm sure that photo I showed earlier showed quite nicely that the moon has a surface that isn't smooth.
Did you moon everyone and I missed it?
Didn't you not see it?
No, I had something covering it up because I was doing other stuff. Channel related, not completely watching YouTube, something else. Well, we're going to squeeze in. Oh, we're going to have to pick A or B after this because that's all the time I'll have. So this is Arctic Reflection. I better play his video.
Welcome. Today we will have a look once again on Flatsa and his videos. In this video he tries to debunk the globe with help of ships sailing out from Scotland. The picture you see is from Sognefjord in...
Is Arctic Reflections German or Swedish?
He's Swedish. But he lives in Norway. He lives in Norway on the Lofton Islands.
I'd like him to do an interpretation of the Swedish Chef off the Muppets.
In Norway. Okay, let's start his video. Okay, he has filmed from Kinghorn and line of sight is against Fidra and Base Rock, the same places as in the last video, and the ship's route is 13-14 miles away from the camera. And here we see the two ships and compression. Are you talking about the refraction? If you look at these two ships and look at the lower one and the stern on that ship, do you think the text is by the waterline on a ship? I think you've never seen a ship in real life. Let's look at this ship. The lower picture is when it's loaded, and the upper one without cargo. Do you know anything if these ships had cargo or not? Of course not. And there the ships are passing lighthouse on Hydra, and a lot of the island is missing. Why is that?
Yeah, where'd the rest of the island go?
And then the ships are passing Base Rock and the lighthouse there. But why is the lighthouse in the water? I thought it was standing on a big cliff. Yes, it is. What's happened on your video? Why is it in the water? Wonder why. Thank you, Flatsa, for this great flat earth killing video. In this image we see two ships which are sinking and a lighthouse standing deep in the water. If we compare the lower ship to the earlier screen cap I took on it, where is the rest of the text in the lower one, and why has it disappeared? Curvature. Let's take a closer look on what's went wrong in this video. We start with the picture you used in the beginning of your video. Of some strange reason you have north in the bottom and south in the top. So I will first turn the picture. This is the path the ships took according to Flatsa. Based on what? Let's have a look on a chart from the area. If you know anything about navigation, you can from this see which path or route a ship would take. Number 1 here is Fidra. Number 2 is Flatsa's location. And number 3 is Leith, the closest harbor where the ship can have started from. This is how ships would navigate in this area. The lower one is if they sail from Leith, and the upper one from the harbor in Greymouth. And if we add your route, Flatsa, where did this ship came from and how do you know? It's very easy to find the exact location of a ship. There are several web services. One of them is Marine Traffic, and you can for free see the exact location and the tracks from a ship. They also have a free app for your smartphone. So if we look at ships leaving these harbors, which way do they go? If we look at this one, it left Leith and took this path exactly as in the chart. And if we look at the next ship that left Grandmouth, it took this route exactly as in the chart. So Flatsa, next time use Marine Traffic when you do this type of observation, and you can take a screen capture when you have taken the picture, so you know the exact location of the vessel you are taking picture of. So Flatsa, this was a very bad attempt to prove the flat earth. You didn't have any clue where the ships were, and you guessed. And all you managed was to give one of this year's best globe proof made by a flat earther. Thank you very, very, very much. Okay all, this was all for this video. I will be back tomorrow. Bye and thanks, and hit subscribe and bells and everything. Okay, see you soon. Bye.
hit everything.
And remember, he's a part-time officer in the Swedish Navy.
Okay.
Who commands a ship.
Well, then obviously he doesn't know anything about sailing or ships or anything like that.
Or marine traffic flow or all that sort of
stuff.
Yeah. No. And where to go to find
or radar or.
Do you think these flurfers put
what
these
a sextant
videos out?
is?
Do you think these flurfers put these type of videos out just so they know we're gonna debunk it because of those faults that are so deliberately obvious? That's always got me beat, that one.
I don't know, but like, why in all of those photographs was the top ship sinking?
Yeah.
Because where had the hull gone?
Did you know all boats sink when they go over the horizon?
Why could we not see the hull, but we could still see everything nicely, including the mast? Why is it only compressed in the vertical direction?
Isn't there a new thing that they love to repeat over and over? Something Rayleigh criteria and something like that, vertical compression that makes absolutely no sense.
Yes. Angles of dangles.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, angle of dangle makes about as much sense as they do.
Yeah, I heard somebody spout an angular something Rayleigh criteria something today. I don't know where I heard that from now.
Yeah, I've heard it from a few of them like over the last month.
Yeah, they loved it. They now love to spout out the Rayleigh criteria because they think it helps. They think it helps them, but of course, how can the Rayleigh criterion help them when the Rayleigh criterion applies at all angles?
You able to define it, Alan, in 20 words or less, or not?
No.
Oh, okay.
and of course, this is the other bloody problem I have with flat earthers and some others. There are some concepts that you cannot summarize in 10 words or less.
Yeah.
They won't make a soundbite that you can use on a string. They require 5 or 10 minutes of explanation and talking about because they are not simple concepts.
Yeah. Or require you at least to have a bunch of prior knowledge that flat earthers never have.
Yeah.
No, they learn. They learn off Google, off their YouTube channels. People that they
really because I hear them spout the same arguments from 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Just like Anthony Riley tried to quote his own YouTube channel as evidence for. Why not?
Yeah. I will see. I will say I've seen that in scientific papers every once in a while where somebody's got a terrible scientific paper and they quote like a previous paper that they wrote, and you start looking at it like, wait a minute.
Well, the only time I could see that potentially being valid is when you are extending the work you previously did.
Yeah, no, there are times when it is valid, but sometimes it's a good sign that there might be something wrong with the paper.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to ask Gary what 2 + 2 equals again?
Oh, I thought we were on 2 times 2. Gary, what's 2 times 2?
Hello, Blue.
Yeah, I've seen Blue out there lurking. Okay, I'll finish off. We'll sort of finish off with Simon and wind things up. And if Gary can't answer a simple mathematical question, he must be smarter than me. Even I know what 2 + 2 is.
There you go. How about the one I just stuck out in that chat?
Oh, okay. That's obviously not for me, that question.
I think Terry could work out what the answer is without having to do any mathematics at all.
Yeah.
It's an obvious answer. So flat earther plus... Oh, here we go. We've got maths again. Flat earther plus maths equals hard fail. Okay, well, another math. Seems to be a math today.
It does seem like a math day.
And mathematical ability. Now, that is not necessarily the fault of the flat earther, but when they try and use that mathematical ability to try and prove a point, it rarely ends well. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me.
Sorry, it's Flat Earth Friday on a Monday.
Before we begin today, a quick mention on the Simon Dan podcast. Episode 2 is out now. It features Dr. Becky, the astrophysicist, so please do check it out. Links for that.
What's this? I have to pause it for a sec. In the globber world, 2 plus 2 equals anything but that number.
Will be in the description. Right, here we go, and Trey Clark Theories has decided to show us all that there is a problem with the brightness of the moon. Get your mathematical brains warmed up, people. You're gonna need them.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna start dividing 240,000. It's 239 and change is how far the moon is away. But for some reason, this is elusive to seemingly very smart people.
Okay, so he's got 240,000 written down to represent the distance to the moon in miles. Gotcha.
So we're going to divide or multiply times 0.5. Okay. Sorry. I'm doing this real time because I was accused of use your math. I want to see your math, as if I use different math than every other person. 240,000 miles times 0.5. All right, so it's 120,000.
Okay, so he's halving the distance to the moon. Not sure why he needs a calculator for that, but maybe he's being thorough.
If the decimals start getting weird, I'm going to start rounding up and down.
So what's he trying to calculate?
Oh, he's just halving the distance to the moon multiple times.
Yeah,
he's so unable to use a calculator on a phone that he can't figure out that all he has to do is keep hitting the divide by 2 or multiply by 0.5 and leave the answer that's already there.
Yeah.
He actually clears it and then types 120,000 back in to multiply it by 0.5.
I think most phone and computer calculators nowadays, if you keep hitting equals, it'll keep redoing the last operation. So
okay.
Look, even my old Sharp calculator that I have here does that.
Yeah, so all he would have to do is keep not that he should to half it each time need to use a calculator anyways, but I mean it's fine.
So then let's times 0.5. We'll do just like 5 times n. 60,000.
All right, and I'll press equals again.
Sorry, this is weird trying to film myself and write at the same time.
Press equals.
So times 0.5, we know what that's going to be.
No.
Oh,
what?
He did actually. I thought I kept seeing you type it in. But,
he did do it that time.
I think he does it when he's doing the other numbers.
I seem to remember him doing it over and over like that.
But, Does he need a calculator for this?
Well,
sorry,
that's,
that glare.
yeah.
Of course, we know what this is going to be.
This is ridiculous.
We'll go 2 more steps down.
I'll save you the agony of this and skip to the end of this section.
So, we'll start with 1.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So he's trying to calculate how bright the moon should be, I think, at its
Right, so he's written down
surface.
1 lumen. Lumen is the total amount of visible light that you can get from a light source. The moon does have a rough value of 1 lumen when it's full.
So we're going to double it here, okay? We're not going to keep squaring the 1. We know why we're not
Why is
doing
he
that.
going to double it for?
Because you can't
he thinks if you double the, if you reduce the distance to the moon, the brightness should increase. Is that what he's trying to?
He can't inverse square law.
Yeah, but is that what he's trying to imply? If you increase the luminescence by halving the distance.
If you double the distance to a light source, you get a quarter of the intensity.
Right. Okay. But not by his calculating. He's going to go to 2 and then go that way.
Because the equation is divided by r squared.
This is going to be 4. 4 times as bright. This will be 16, right?
Not really sure why he's decided to double 1 and square everything else. Because obviously if you square 1, that's 1. But we'll let him continue with his point anyway.
And I forget 16 times 16. Alright, so 16 times 16 equals 256. It's still normal.
Please don't square 256, please.
He's going to.
Alright, now 256
times 256 equals.
Whoa. Alright, now it gets interesting, right? 65.
Oh, of course he has.
5,536.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Now, in comparison to what from 1 lumen to a number getting to that big, how bright would something have to be that bright?
Very. Look. Oh, by the way, log base d of that number is 8.
I don't know what Gary's going on about out there in the. He's talking about stuff.
Lumens we got working with here. All right, 65,000. That's a lot to deal with. Okay, so let's double that or square that.
Oh no.
65 times 36.
Why did you just
Then it gets interesting. All right, so already we're at a pretty big number here, right?
I don't think anything could be that bright.
2, 9, 4, 9, 67, 96.
I'll tell you why this is ridiculous. 4 billion lumens. The brightness of the sun here on the Earth's surface is roughly in the order of 100,000 lumens.
So
yeah, that's what I was sort of asking before.
It's pretty weird.
Yeah, and that's on a that's at noon on a really bright day, probably at the top of a mountain.
Does this Gary person always say this doesn't work, that doesn't work, this is not true, that's not true type attitude?
Yeah. He's Mr. Cut and paste.
Oh, okay. So this is, but nothing to back up any claims or anything. Just saying this doesn't work and that doesn't work and why does this do that? Nah. That'd get a bit tiresome. That'd get a bit tiresome after a while, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just talking out of his arse all the time.
Extreme zoom is pseudo perspective.
He's going to have to get a bigger bucket.
By extreme compression of the background into the foreground. Well, you see it, so it can't be pseudo.
Pretty quickly. So we're just squaring. Starting from 1, square it. 4, 16, square 16, 256. 256 times 256, is that right? That seems high.
I'm still waiting for
Yes,
an answer.
it
2
is.
plus 2,
You shouldn't
Blue.
have done it, but it is the right answer.
I just realized I was
2
muted.
plus 2, Blue, Gary.
Nope, that's it. Of course, we know squaring 65,000 is going to be a lot. So that's where we are. So let's just say you're trying to deal with 256 times brighter than what you're normally doing with a regular earthly camera. That's my point.
Okay, right, here we go. So, Trey thinks that when you halve the distance to something, that you have to square the brightness. And because of this, his argument is the moon would be way too bright if you decide to zoom in on it with a camera or got too close to it. And his dodgy maths makes him think that the whole premise of the moon regarding the heliocentric model is incorrect. Well, here is why he is wrong. The inverse square law of light is as follows. So this means that if you're halving the distance to something, then it will become 4 times brighter, not squared. Look, 1 over 0.5 squared is 1 over 0.25, which equals 4. If the distance halves 5 times, then you'll have 1 over 0.03125 squared, which is 1,024 times brighter, not 65,000 times brighter, as Trey suggests.
It's the camera. The camera, because you can compare all these points along the way, and you can disagree with these, but that's why I say name your number. If these are wrong, if this number is wrong, use 0.5, use 0.1, okay? But keep squaring, and once you get to the moon at 240,000 miles, you're going to have some issues.
Because you don't keep squaring it. It's simple.
And it's going to be right in between here and here that I'm going to be able to pick it apart with the specs of a camera. I'll be able to do it without getting anywhere near this, because we know the specs of the camera, we know the film, and we're going to have to figure out how they did it with mittens on to change the film and take a picture every 10 seconds, 24/7 for 3 days. We're going to have to figure that out. So if you want to duck out of this and you want to be a gamma, that is fine. But I'm not saying all these numbers are exactly right along the way. I'm saying 1 lumen is about right. But call it 0.1 lumen. You're still going to start finding yourself into a lot of trouble right around here, and you're still 3,700 miles away.
No, you're not.
I don't think he
Well,
understands
you are.
what happens with decimals.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you multiply decimals, they get smaller, not larger.
Because if you start squaring decimals like 0.1, then the number is going to get continually smaller and smaller, which then defeats your point. Maths, buddy.
Okay, so that's kind of my point. If that's not good enough as far as math, I don't know what to tell you. This is just basic stuff.
Yet you managed to get it gloriously wrong.
This is using the inverse squared law.
No, it is not. You seem to have forgotten about the inverse bit.
You close the distance by half, multiply the brightness by 4. Or you square the brightness.
But that isn't the same, is it? Multiplying by 4 and squaring it.
I don't know what else to tell you.
That you hashed up and to forget everything that you've just said. This is an issue because other flat earthers that can't do maths, sorry flat earthers, will listen to what you've just said here and repeat.
If you can come up with a different number than what I am here, and I'm ballparking here. That's not the right number, and this isn't the exact number, but it's close. It was really more for decimal points. So, all right, we'll see how that. If you're going to argue with me, show me your work. Do what I just did. Say no, and then when you end up on the moon, I want to take that number, and I want to see if it works with the camera they used. You should want the same thing. You want me doing this, or you want a lie.
And we get to the second thing you've got wrong. Zooming in on something isn't decreasing the distance to that object. It's zooming in on it. So the brightness will be the same.
If you don't want me trying to figure this out, or people like me trying to figure this out, then you're no good. You want people trying to figure this out.
No, please continue, because you are hoisting yourself on your own petard. How bloody satisfying was that one, people? Another Flat Earth Friday, all wrapped up in a nice, neat little package. Of course, if Trey Clark wants some help with the maths, then he is very welcome to contact me. Thank you all very much for watching today. If you enjoyed it, then please do like and subscribe as well if the feeling takes you. I have been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday where the dinosaurs return. See you then.
Yeah, I don't know why people try to use math if they don't know what they're doing. Like, I wouldn't even attempt to do that, what he did, with the basic knowledge I've got of math, and then write it all down and then go here and assert something. I wouldn't even attempt to do that.
And of course, when you take a photograph of the moon, it's a lot brighter than one lux. You know, the apparent brightness of the moon is a lot brighter than one lux, because oddly enough, the moon is being illuminated by the same light source at the same distance, it's pretty essentially, as the Earth is. So features on the surface of the moon at the equator will be as brightly illuminated as the top of our atmosphere is at the equator.
From what I've heard, Earth is actually a little brighter because Earth is a little bit more reflective than the moon. I'm not sure if that's true. Maybe it's the other way around, but
no, Earth would be a little more, yeah, because the water vapor, yeah, I believe has a higher albedo.
Yeah.
But
it's similar.
But what you got to remember is you're not looking at the intensity of the light reaching the moon. You're looking at the intensity of the light reflecting off the moon's surface and then reaching Earth and illuminating Earth.
Yeah.
Because you have to remember that the unit they are using is actually luminiferous intensity per unit area.
Right.
So the lux level that you would get from full moon moonlight at the equator is completely different to the lux level you would get from full moon moonlight at the North Pole or the South Pole. Because theoretically at the pole you would get no illumination per square meter at all, would you? Hitting the surface. Because at the pole, the moonlight would be coming in parallel, or at least at the point that's at 90, at the latitude that's at 90 degrees to the sublunar point.
Right.
There is no Earth's surface area to capture the luminiferous intensity, because it's based on the luminiferous intensity passing through a surface. And if the surface is at 90 degrees to the light source, the light can't pass through the surface.
Yeah.
So so you actually get a change in the lumens value. That's cosine latitude.
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head.
Yes, because cosine 0 is 1.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So if you were to do the sun on an equinox as it passes over the equator, you would get 1, and at the poles you would get 0. So that's cosine. But bit too complicated for the flirts, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was just copy and pasting.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit slow at the moment because I'm also trying to follow Gary's nonsense in the chat.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to reply to him. I had to do it in 2 goes, but somebody posted in between by the time I copied and pasted. I'm trying to respond to him out there. Something as simple as my name. If you say it wrong, you spell it wrong. So what else can you get wrong?
Yeah.
Exactly. So answer questions if you are a waste of space here, and you can leave voluntarily or with help.
Yeah, it annoys people. It annoys me when people can't spell my name as well, Terry. So I feel for you there.
Oh, names and names. Oh, okay. So to follow that logic, okay. So he's saying names and names. So if we give names to things and he says it wrong or doesn't say it right for any name, does that mean he's still right?
Well, I mean, if he's not using the proper name, then he must be referring to something else. So if he doesn't call us by our names, then we can ignore him, I think.
Yeah.
Though I mean, they use the names of things and then apply the wrong definition to them. So I don't know how flat Earth logic works.
Like my name is written there in black and white, and he still says it and spelt it wrong. He couldn't copy and paste it, which I thought he was good at copy and paste.
Or even type an at, just type the first 2 letters and select it from the drop-down list of people.
Now I know on for some reason on my tablet when I watch the stream, I'm not able to, when I do the it doesn't pop up the list. But still, like, I made that mistake once or whatever, but it's pretty easy to figure out somebody's name and either copy it or, your name's easy to type into the chat. Like,
because I can easily just take his spanner away and I'll know what'll happen out in the peanut gallery.
He wouldn't last 1 second.
Why do you keep calling people names for, Gary? I'm not calling you any other name besides your name.
Gary, what do you mean things don't disappear bottom first? There are thousands of videos of ships and islands and everything disappearing bottom first. Your own flat earthers record this. How is this I don't get it.
Yeah. Oh, and there's something else I would say to Gary. I'm pretty sure that Blue wouldn't be complaining to Terry about anything that Gary had said in the chat.
Yeah, when did
Blue is perfectly capable of defending
looking
himself.
after himself? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Blue has big boy pants.
Yes, I think he does.
And a bigger spanner.
Now keep calling people names, Gary, out there. You're going to either lose your spanner or I'll time you out.
Thing is, too, we need more things other than we need more things other than words. We need actual evidence on what he is saying.
That's true.
I mean that's asking a lot, though.
Yeah, I know, because there isn't any.
I mean, maybe we might be able to get him to start showing first principles, but I don't even think we'll ever get to that level.
So you've been having a spanner here and allowing you to be in the peanut gallery. Allowing you to be in the peanut gallery is not a right; it's a privilege. So think about that. Because many have fallen that have tried to come in here. Here we go, cut and paste again. He's not. If you're going to keep doing this, Gary, and not actually have a proper conversation like an adult would, keep stating things and not answering any questions.
It's also not true if you look at photographs. Like, the stars move throughout the sky. Yes, they follow a very similar path, but they do move throughout the year, and over long terms, we can see even shifts. So,
yeah, just because you can't see it with your naked eye in 2 days doesn't mean it ain't there.
Yeah. Not everything happens, at the speed of your attention span.
Yeah, or even at the speed of a human lifetime.
So if the horizon is the optical limit of the distance, why do you see things past the horizon like lighthouses and mountains and that are way past the horizon? So that means you wouldn't be able to see the mountains or the lighthouses at all, if that's your limit of your vision.
Well, Terry, what I want to know is the sun is one of the farthest objects that we see. Like, possibly other stars, right, if you're getting into reality, but even by Flirf logic, the sun's got to be one of the farthest objects that we see. Now, we can see that at the horizon, at sunset and at sunrise. So that means we should be able to see the objects that are in front of it. If the world is flat.
Yeah.
No, copy and pasting.
You must remember that we actually do regularly see stuff that's further out than 1 AU.
Oh yeah. No,
because I'm pretty sure both Jupiter and Saturn are more than 1 AU from us.
Has anyone watched his
I believe
videos
so.
to give us a rundown on what he's actually posted on his channel?
No, I don't.
No, never even been to his channel.
Yeah, same here. I don't really spend time on their channels. No, and I know, like, in reality, we see plenty of things that are farther than 1 AU. I mean, we see other stars and stuff like that, but even if we limit it to like the sun being one of the farthest objects, it still doesn't work,
Yeah. Let's say it's one of the furthest objects with any decent angular size.
Right.
Yeah, because 30 minutes of arc is a reasonably decent angular size, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and even if you said, oh well, we can't see the objects that are in front of it because they're a smaller angular size, they should still block out the sun. right? Like the sun should disappear higher up or something.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out.
I mean, I know that it's different. But because of refraction, it we see the sunset a bit later than it should do because they go, well, it's not suffering that refraction at midday, and it's suffering. Yeah, I said, as it approaches the horizon, it starts to be refracted up. So it just appears to slow down very slowly and gently, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then we say, and yes, we see a geometric horizon. It's just that the geometric horizon we see is a little further away than it would be if there was no atmosphere.
Yeah.
Because, even if it's refracted up and we see it too far away, it still requires that we have a horizon that's geometrical to work from.
Maybe one Monday we can do like conic sections or something like that and teach them about how that works out.
Yeah, you have to teach me. I haven't heard of that word.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll try and find a concise video on it.
Oh, thank you. I like to learn things, not like some people.
Yeah, conic sections are almost as much fun as taking slices out of spheres, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it? Yeah. Okay. If that's the wording, what you just said, Alan, I get that.
Yeah, it's basically conic sections are basically how you slice a cone in half.
Yep.
And then what shape you get from it.
Yeah, I think I've seen stuff similar to that.
It's how you the not quite circular shape of orbits are created from conic sections because they have the two foci. I'm trying to remember the right word.
You can do the same for flight paths.
Donkey, help.
Yeah. Right word for. Sorry.
The shape that a conic section makes.
Ellipse. Ellipsoid. Yeah.
Ellipsoid. Yeah, ellipses.
Oh,
Sorry,
we've got a.
I get stuck with words sometimes, and it's a little prompt and help is always welcome.
Yeah.
Well, Gary said something that's not quite wrong, but I know he put the maybe a wrong word in there, just like he doesn't know the right word for my name, so he's wrong again because he doesn't know words.
Ah, yeah.
Yes, the air does go to the back of the car.
No, I was thinking above. For city dwellers, streetlights have dumbed down the knowledge of the night skies. Yes, and I was a city dweller for such a long time that, it is surprising when you move out to an area where it's a bit darker.
Oh, it's great when you get away from like cities and even like suburban areas and can actually get someplace that's truly dark.
I can open my front door and if I look slightly to my left, the next nearest large town is Copenhagen.
Yeah.
It's 800 kilometers away.
Okay.
Because I've got the 2 miles to the coast, or 2 or 3 miles to the coast, with nothing there.
Now you're switching. You're switching units. You're going kilometers, miles.
Sorry. I'm used to working in miles, but I knew I was talking to Australians, so I converted. But then I could get to one. There's about 8 kilometers to the coast, most of which is across a lake and a marsh. And then there's the North Sea, and then there's a bit of Denmark that hasn't really got any big towns on it, and then there's Copenhagen.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm finishing up out in the chat, so
Yeah, we got a question to ask Gary. How
okay.
big is your telescope? And what observations have you made, Gary, lately?
You know he's not going to answer that.
Oh, yeah. Myro says he's got a 12-inch reflector. So.
Yeah, I don't have a telescope. I don't have a telescope. I only have a 600 millimeter telephoto lens, but it does have an f6.3 aperture, so the front level is 95 millimeters in diameter.
Oh, that's still pretty nice. Yeah,
So,
I gotta buy myself a new one.
People are out there in the peanut gallery itching to do something. Tempted.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you dare peanuts to be trigger happy or whatever you call it.
Yeah. Don't be trigger happy.
Yeah. Because if you keep calling people names, you know the person you call a name to may do it for me. Anyway, we're winding down now. We've been going long enough. We've been going for 4 hours, so there's 4 again. Yeah, that 4 comes up everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Alan, for staying up late. You can go and get some sleep now for an hour and a half or 2 hours.
Ooh, yeah, it's gotta be late.
8 o'clock my carer gets here, unfortunately.
Oh, well, you got 3 hours then. Just under 3 hours. You might get some sleep. Well, Scott, as usual, I can't get a word in sideways when Scott's here. Thanks, Mute Donkey. And Dark Steve too. I couldn't get a word in sideways. There's two people on the panel. We had Blue out there. We had Mira. We got Gary Y, like Y as in Y. Mira.
Why, Gary? Why?
Y, yeah, Y. M-Ball, Jinxu, Howard Moore, Fred Bailey. Oh, Dark Steve's out there. I have to scroll up. I'm scrolling fast because I can see names twice. I did see some other names there earlier. There's Fred Bailey, I did say that. Oh, Dave was there earlier, but he had to go. Oh, and don't forget Jose. Jose was out there. Jinxu, Turs was there earlier. Oh, I see a Mute Donkey out there. Oh, interesting.
I think I was out there at some point.
Armageddon's Fire. Yeah, I seen you were out there, but I'm not answering your question.
I think Blue's asking a bit too much there.
Oh, was he? I didn't. I've got to scroll back now for Blue. Where is he? I'm coming back. I'm coming back. There.
Yeah.
What are you asking us the questions for, Gary? Don't you know anything? Why don't you do what I do and go and actually learn something?
Yeah. Oh, surf. Shouldn't that be a little g, not a big G in the question? What does 0G stand for?
Oh, okay. Oh, Room Fondle's a bit late.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, meaning all good night. Yeah, we're going out the door now, Room Fondle. You got her a bit late. I'll catch you on Wednesday night for our. What's?
Oh, sorry, it was what Blue Marble said, and then what Miro said. Blue Marble. Yes, I can explain it, Gary. Can you understand it?
Yeah, that's it. I don't think Gary's got any scientific or any type of skill. I think he's just repeating stuff that he's heard.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. All right.
I've got to believe that he's just got a giant Google Doc that he copies from and pastes into chats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that what we called cheats back in the day when people just cheat? Just a cheat. All right, then I'm going now. Okay, good night, Peanuts, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. And for Alan, it's morning, nearly. The sun will be up soon.
Yeah.
So I'll catch you on Wednesday yeah, that's right. I was finishing what my sentence was. For Industrial Revolutions Part 2 or 2.0. So I'll see you then. Night panel. Night peanuts.
Good night, everybody.
Later.
Not all says.